Oh, there it goes. Yeah, of course, because you have to do everything twice. Okay, we are going to be live on Facebook. That does not mean that you and I cannot chat. Just be careful with our language. Okay, we are going to be live on Facebook.
Oh,
that
come
does
on.
not mean that you and I cannot chat.
Where'd you go?
Just be
Where'd you go?
There we go. Okay. One moment. Get myself together.
I'll self-mute.
No, you're all right.
All
I'll let you know. We're okay for a few minutes. I have to start.
right. Well, if so, then I apologize for bombing you with a lot of texts.
No.
My mind never stops stirring.
Yeah, well, there's a word for that, I think.
Maybe. Maybe not very flattering.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, there's the program. Comment. Come on, keyboard.
Jeff, do you expect to come onto the OR after 8 o'clock?
I don't know. It would depend on when I get done here.
There's a rather humorous little tidbit I'd like to share about our 48th senatorial race, but now's not the time.
I have been disappointed at how the attendance for those through the election cycle, where it was not what we would hope, needless to say.
I'm not quite sure I follow your drift here. You're unhappy or surprised or what were you?
I'm disappointed that the attendance for our revolution meetings in previous cycles has been quite large and quite
As opposed to recently.
right.
Yeah, me too. Kind of miss the early burly of lots of contributors. Did bump into Lisa Longo. She was at the Thursday Shapiro rally in Pottsville. I said hi. Amanda was there and gave a very good speech, and about 200 people showed up midday, which I think was pretty good.
Yes. Agreed. I believe we are among, if not the only nation that does their elections midweek as we do.
Probably.
Most others do them on
Weekend
weekends
holidays.
or over the course of weeks.
Or on holidays.
Correct. I believe we're the only ones that do what we do. Or they make it a holiday. Yeah, we don't. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe I have that correct.
I think you're right. I don't think I've heard of any other countries that do it on midweek like we do. I don't think I've heard of any.
Right, like unless they make a holiday of it, right?
Mostly it's true.
Mostly it's a weekend. Whoops.
Yeah.
That's not what I meant to do. Mostly it's a weekend or, a series of weekends. Really?
Could that be one point on a platform of progressive goals to push
It actually
for?
is. It actually is.
Well, already is.
Bernie Sanders has talked about making Election Day a holiday for quite a long time.
I think I've heard him talking about it. I didn't know it was an actual official point of the platform.
Yeah, he's
It's so
talked about
good.
that for a long time, actually. That if we can't move it to a weekend or go full mail-in the way they have in Oregon or Washington, that we at least make it a federal holiday.
Yeah.
Because the leading reason why people do not vote is
Inconvenience.
that they can't. They are working, they don't have childcare, whatever.
Yep.
Can't afford to take the day off.
It's going to hurt the lower level of society more than the better off folks who can find the time. Elitist.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it always?
Generally.
Mm-hmm.
Well, real quickly, if we didn't get the idea, my hope is to turn the Operation Red Map on its head and organize our Operation Blue Map to counter it. But nobody seems to be interested. I think that's something the Progressive Caucus and whatever voices there are speaking for the progressives to push for.
Hold on.
Pardon?
Okay. So no. I'm just fighting with everything.
Oh, all right.
Good. I am listening. I'm just fighting with everything. The Progressive Caucus is meeting on Wednesday, by the way. I can
By
send you.
Zoom.
Yes, and I can send you the.
Do
info for
please.
that. God,
JP's been pushing me to get more involved with it.
well, why not?
Well,
can
he
be an
seems to have a.
associate.
Yeah, I can't be an actual member. Not a member.
Yeah,
of
but
the state committee.
you can be an associate member of it.
In other words, I can butt in with my 2 cents now and then.
Well, there's inflation. I demand at least 3 cents.
Yeah, there is inflation, all right.
It is I demand that you.
And inflation,
this is the,
universally improperly defined. I would note.
I agree, and that's the problem. That's one of the big problems is that we continue to refer to it as inflation when it is no such thing, and it doesn't even. There are some economists who will argue that it doesn't even meet the textbook definition of said phenomena, so to speak.
Yeah.
So that would be, yeah. Yep. Hold on a second.
Anyway, words have to mean something. They have to have precise meanings. The tendency through the latter part of my lifetime, I've noticed that words, if not deliberately, certainly accidentally, are changing in their meanings in the people's minds. And that's bad. It's especially ironic because we have the world's best language with the most amount of subtle variation in being able to convey precise thought, more so than any other language that exists. Why don't we use it to its advantage?
Why must it?
Happy accident. The happy accidental co-mingling of German and Latin has given us the language we have. And it's far superior to anything else on the globe. But I'm afraid I'm stuck in my ways. And I mean to live long enough to see this whole problem the world faces economically, to get it resolved. I'm looking forward to that happening. It can.
So here goes. I'm gonna be really early this week.
We're going right up on 5 now. Huh? Standard
Yeah,
time.
but I'm almost done sharing, which is strange. But then since I said that out loud, I suspect that I will have a power failure here in the next couple of minutes.
Let's
Or
hope
some
not.
sort of, or the cattle walk in, shut down all the power, or lay on the surge protector and shut everything down on me.
If you think you got problems, I just talked to a former employee today. My most loyal of all of my former employees was helping a woman repair a roof, fell off the damn roof. He landed in a pile of scrap and jabbed a protruding nail all the way through his wrist. So I think you got troubles, huh?
Is he religious?
Not particularly.
Think about it. Think about it.
I know what you're saying.
I'm trying to be clever.
Yeah,
It happens on rare occasion.
You usually are capable of doing so. No, seriously, he's a down to earth,
I'm not
blue collar guy.
Yeah, I'm not making light of it. I truly don't. I just
I didn't take it that way.
it was just the imagery it invoked to me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's literally the imagery that came to my
to mine too. Although
limited cognitive abilities.
I didn't mention it to him when I was on the phone, but yeah, that came to my mind too.
It's just I mean I'll just leave
logical.
It there. Let me just stay out of trouble for once.
Well, there's that. Maybe
it doesn't happen much, but we'll try.
Well, this young fellow was the 15 young men that I took aboard my shop in my business and trained. He was the most loyal and most reliable. I could close the shop and take the family on vacation for 3 weeks and leave him in charge of my shop, and I knew everything was going to run smoothly. Really good young fellow. And he's had a tough life since I closed that shop. A lot of things went wrong. Now he's finally on his way to success. He's landed a job as a support technician at the Hershey Reese's peanut butter factory.
Oh, nice.
He's going to start with unbelievable bennies and about $40 an hour beginning salary.
That's kind of interesting.
Finally, his luck is changing.
At the risk of looking, I don't know.
Jealous?
No, well, that, partly, yeah. Let me be honest. Yes. But it was my understanding that they did not make anything here any longer.
Oh no, they're making plenty of candy in Hershey. But
They
also have plants that they've opened up overseas, especially in Monterrey, Mexico, for one.
Well, right. Well, that's my yeah. That's what I meant. I thought I thought everything was
No, it didn't move out.
101.
They're still making a hell of a lot of chocolate in Hershey, which is good.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought they had shipped everything out. I will be right back. Hang on.
Okay, sure.
Okay. We'll be live here. Just a few seconds.
Okay. Why don't I go ahead and mute?
If you would, if I can do it. If you
I'll
can.
do it. I'll just listen then.
Well, be prepared in case I talk to you, because I don't know who's. It's going to be a free for all today, in a good way, a good free for all, if there can be such a thing. if you can have such a thing. Just another second or two, folks. We always give the one-on-one office, the one-on-one audience, he tried to say, an extra second or two to join us. 5:01. And by the way, if you're listening to the pre-show, watching the pre-show, it is Eastern Standard Time. If it's looking to you like it is 6 p.m., it is not. Surprise, surprise. So let's have some fun, shall we? Let's go live in. Well, how about
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know. To you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's strictly up to you. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed? It's to which we must be true. It's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? You'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's over to you.
Welcome back. Welcome home from our second, from my humble second bedroom. I forgot my own opening. Hang in there. I'll be right with you. Let me kick the gray matter into activity here. From my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States, the continent of North America on this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, back and live with you for the 6th of November, 2022. Our last live program before the end of the 2022 election cycle. And let us start there, shall we? Folks, this is a progressive radio program based on truth and science and data and the lessons, proven lessons, factual lessons of history. Yes, I put my opinion in there as well, and so have you, and I have been very, very glad for that. Obviously, it shall come as no shock to any of you that I obviously have an opinion on the best way, the best issues, the best policies, the best people to vote for. I don't think that would surprise anybody. But maybe this will surprise you. I beg you, all of you, if you are eligible, please go vote. Yes, that means you too, Republicans. Why would I say that? Well, surely if you want Democrats to win, you would want Republicans not to vote or stay home. That's one way to look at it. But there's another way to look at it. And that is that it is our civic duty to vote. Here in Pennsylvania, we have the opportunity to vote twice a year. There's a primary and a general election every single year. In some states, it's only every 2 years. But what does voting actually take out of the time that it might take out of your year? Maybe half an hour? It's the least we can do. To my Republican friends, and I do have them, and they do listen to this program. And there might be a Republican candidate even calling in tonight. We may not agree on a lot of issues and a lot of policies, more so than you would think, though. But I want you to vote. It's your right. I do believe it's your civic duty. And again, I have said this on this program probably 1,000 times. And if I haven't hit 1,000 yet, I probably will by the end of the program. If your vote was so meaningless, the billionaires, the billionaire class, the big political action committees, the big dark money groups have tried to convince you that your vote is fraudulent, that it's fake, that it will never be counted, that it's meaningless. Why would you think they would spend so much money to do such a thing? Because they fear your vote. They don't want you to vote. And if your vote was so meaningless, why would they be spending hundreds of millions of dollars and countless court battles, ALEC written and proposed and formatted legislation to purchase Republican legislatures across the country to keep you from voting? Why would they do such a thing? Because they know that your vote does count. They know that your vote counts. They know that there is no such thing as widespread voter fraud or election fraud. And they're two different things, by the way. They know it doesn't exist. All of this disinformation, all of these red herrings, all of these shiny objects, and the pink elephants in the room, if you will, are meant to try to scare you and to remove you from the system. But you can't. You can't. You must vote. In Australia, it is the law that you have to vote. If you do not, you get a fine. Somewhere along the equivalency of about 250 American dollars. Which, if you're poor, it's a hell of a lot of money. So I don't know that we need to go that far. It wouldn't bother me. But Australia has a 96+% participation rate in their elections. Now, so that would explain to you why I think it's not such a bad idea. But that's what they needed to do. And look, they've had conservative governments in Australia, as the Murdoch media machine has, destroyed Australia nearly as badly as it's destroyed the UK and the United States. That said, they still have a 96%, I think it's above, between 96 and 97% participation rate in elections. And they still have conservative governments. So this is not the hippie liberal trying to tell you to vote just because it's great for Democrats. No, it's good for the country. It's good for the nation. The more people that vote, the better they're engaged. And I happen to think that those things work in a cycle, that when you're better informed, you are more inclined to vote. And when you vote, you tend to make yourself better informed. It's exactly why the right-wing hate media machine doesn't want you to vote. They don't want entire sections of this population to vote. It's why they tell you what to think instead of try to empower you to think for yourself. You can be damn sure, and anyone who has listened to this program with any regularity knows that I am full of opinions, but I'm also full of facts. Yes, I want you to agree with me. I want you to hear the other side. I want you to hear a side that is largely, though not exclusively, but largely unavailable in vast areas of this country and increasingly around the world, not to mention just Pennsylvania. If you don't have satellite radio, there are large swaths of this country where no progressive talk occurs, period, unless you count NPR. And I wouldn't happen to think NPR is pretty down the middle, because federal government has removed most funding, if not all funding, for PBS and NPR, so they have to get it from big corporations. So, and hugely rich benefactors. So that means that they're more likely to promulgate their point of view. And yet still, PBS and NPR tend to play it down the middle with nothing but facts and truth. Truth that some people don't want to hear. Truth sometimes I don't want to hear, but it doesn't make it untrue. So there are large parts of this country and this planet where opinions like mine are not only not heard or not listened to or not believed, but completely unavailable. So yeah, I wish that all of you, all my Republican friends who disagree with me on some issues, again, many less than you would think, many less issues than you would think, many less policies than you would think. Because once we have those conversations, it's always interesting to hear how the Republicans tend to go, yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, no kidding, it does. Except you've been told that it doesn't. And again, to get back to my original point, because I'm wandering a tiny bit, one of those things that you've been told, my Republican friends, is that all elections are frauds unless we win. Unless we Republicans win, obviously there had to be fraud and fake and lies and this and that. But you're smarter than that. I happen to believe that. And even if you do go into that booth and pull an entire Republican line, which you can no longer do in Pennsylvania, but I know that you can do in other parts of the country, pull the ticket line. I want you to vote. I want you to vote because there's an entire infrastructure that does not want you to vote. And that's exactly why I want you to go and do it. Again, to my Republican friends, if you go into that booth and you pull straight ticket Republican, I don't agree with you. Quite honestly, I think if you pay attention at all, I think it's kind of nutty. I think it goes against your own fundamental self-interest. I think it goes against the majority of you, your religious beliefs. I think it goes against your ethnic heritage, some of you. But you'll do it because it's what Sean Hannity's been telling you to do for how many years. So you'll go in and you'll blindly do it. I think it's incorrect. Truly. That said, I would so much rather that you vote than not. So I'm asking you, to all my Republican friends and especially my Democratic friends, to my non-affiliated and independent friends, to my Green Party friends, to my Libertarian friends, I'm begging you, if you have not voted by mail yet, because maybe you have your ballot. I still have my mail-in ballot. I'm going to drop it off at a Dropbox. So I'm guilty too of delaying and procrastinating. I'm guilty too. So if you have your mail-in ballot sitting on your kitchen table, your living room table, your pick a, whatever, wherever you have it, office, desk, I beg you to get it in and return it. If you are planning to go to the polls in person on Tuesday, don't just plan, do it. I'm begging you. To every eligible legal when I say legal, I mean American resident who is legally available to vote. If you are physically capable of getting to a polling place, then go. If you're going to split your ticket, if you're going to leave certain line items blank, go claim your ballot. It's yours. Don't let them take it from you. Please vote. You can see I have my vote t-shirt on to play with the camera a tiny bit to make it a little more visible. My fat body is dragging it down to my rather large stomach. But honestly, please, I'm begging you, vote. Let me get through a little bit of the business end of the program. And I need to make a bit of a request of you. I feel like I request a lot of things of my audience. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't have to do it so much, but I do. We've actually lost about 5 of the places that we normally share the program to. So I don't know why that is happening. That whatever that noise is, I know it's new emails, but I have no idea why I'm hearing it. Oh, I know what it might be. This might be this. It might be new comments. That might be happening. Let me drop that down. So I apologize for whatever that noise is. Something new I think might be happening. Something I know that I tell I know that I've been told 1,000 times that computers only do what you tell them. I don't think so. I don't know that that is correct anymore. That said, so let me get through some of the business end of the program. Forgive me for being distracted here. We have shared the program. I shared the program to just over 100 places, 101. There have been other times where we have shared this program to almost 110. I will admit it does vary week to week. Recently, we lost some places that we normally share to. So I'm asking you, our listeners, members of our Facebook group, That Other Side of Information, if you should happen to follow me on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, any of that stuff, especially the Facebook crowd, if you will, I say affectionately, group members and so on and so on. Go through your group list. If you have any groups that you're a part of that you think would be receptive to having our program in their group week to week, then please tell me, or ask them if it's okay if we join their group, et cetera, et cetera. I think you get my drift, because we're nothing without you. Our program continues to reach about 250,000 people worldwide. Does not mean that they're all listening. Does not mean that they're all listening at the same time. A lot of people do watch the program on the recording, both on Facebook and YouTube. But our reach, if we add up all the number of people that are in each group, the listenership of Hot 101 and of TCP and so on, it's about 250,000 around the globe. It would be awesome if that stayed that way and if there were more. So go through your group list, he tried to say. I almost said gloop list, which would not be Augustus Gloop from Willy Wonka, not what I meant. Go through your group lists this week or in the coming weeks. And if you're a member of a group that you think would be receptive to having this program be in there, then I ask you to share it with us or to contact the group, ask them if we would be okay to join, and so on and so on and so on. So let me get through that. Let's get through the business end of the program. We have shared the program to about over 100 places, 101, actually, ironically, Hot 101. We shared 101 different places across Facebook. So, hey, maybe a little synergy there. To all of the places, the individuals, the groups, the pages that allow us to be a part of your little corner of the Facebook universe, we are eternally grateful. We thank you very, very, very much. Please, for everyone inside of that other side of information, in the groups that you might be watching on, please feel free to share this program to friends, family, to crazy Uncle Larry before Thanksgiving, again, to your group list, and so on and so on. It's how we grow. We do not want to be the proverbial tree in the forest. If a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, did it fall? Well, if you have a radio program that no one listens to, you don't have a radio program for too much longer. So please feel free, share the program. We're asking you, wherever you might be watching the program across any of the 100+ places that we have shared it this week, we thank you very, very much for being here. You can stay in any of those 101 places that we shared and watch and enjoy and listen in the background. If you're getting ready for school, if you're filling out your ballot, walking the dog, in the car, whatever it might be, thank you, thank you, thank you for being there. However, there's always a but, right? However, if you wish to join the conversation in real time, if you want to comment on the program, please come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. If you don't want or need to comment or don't just want to listen peacefully, hey, stay everywhere that you might be. If you want to engage me, I will try to keep up with it. I will try to keep up the comments. If they are coming in from other groups, I will do my best to keep up with those other things. But that thing. So here's one here. Here's a great example. A lovely person, Amy Bollinger, has commented on the page, on the post of this group in another page called Flip Pennsylvania. Her comment is, save our country from becoming a dictatorship. We need to keep Social Security and Medicare. Amy is 100% correct. She is completely correct. No question about it. She's spot on. And yes, democracy is on the ballot, folks. Make no mistake. Democracy is on the ballot. Let me see. Were there any other comments in any other groups? I know this is not. Yeah, not at the moment. Okay, wonderful. That said, so I will try to keep up with that. If you comment on the program in another group, I will do my best to keep up with it. That said, if you want to come on over where I can see it more readily, come on over to That Other Side of Information, he said, or tried to say, and I will see it straight away. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, it is an honor, and I am humbled to be back with you yet again. Thank you so much for letting us be part of your listening day, wherever you might be around the world. And hot101.net does in fact go around the world. To our friends in the Australia, New Zealand, South Pacific area, it's already Monday. You're probably working. Don't worry. We'll all be working here pretty soon after you. I'm kidding, of course, but it is interesting. It's neat. It's neat. It's a neat little sciencey thing that, it's already Monday morning on parts of the globe and they're tuning in, listening. We're all here together like a family. And I think that's the coolest thing. So for Hot 101, thank you very much for allowing us to be part of the hot101.net family. We wouldn't be, the program would be much, much, much lesser a thing without you. We are proud to be part of Hot 101. If you don't know how to listen to Hot 101, it is very, very simple. our name is our web address. It is hot101.net. You can use that and go right to the main website page. You can listen through there, and you can listen on any kind of device, a laptop, a desktop, a tablet, a phone. You can anything that you can Bluetooth to, including inside the car. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And you can also listen through the hot101.net apps. There are 2 of them. You can go to the Apple App Store and get the hot101.net Apple app. You can go to the Google Play Store if you have an Android device and get the hot101.net app there. If you have any other type of device, any other type of phone, you can use the TuneIn Radio app. Just go up to the search bar and type in hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. And of course, the third leg of our stool is TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, PA. We are honored to be part of the TCP family. You might think to yourself, well, you can't be that honored when you say it every week. Oh, yes, I am. Because again, we would have a much lesser program without our participating families of hot101.net, Facebook, and of course, TCP. Please keep an eye on TCP. I know the morning show isn't running currently, but the TCP family is alive, active, busy. The Facebook page is busy. The events are still there. The news is still there. It is still a very, very vital source for you to check out on a daily basis. And we're proud to be part of the TCP family. I will be opening up the phone lines later in the program. I have a lot of folks to say hello to that I forgot to. I didn't forget. I was talking, and I don't always type well at the same time. That because now you can tell that I'm typing right now. That I didn't get to say hello to, which I'm trying to do right now, and it's really bad radio. I did say there's also some comments in there. There's also some comments in there that I want to read. Gosh, I really shouldn't be typing. It's terrible. Oh God, it's awful. It's terrible. I should not be typing while I'm trying to talk to you. Oh, I'm sorry. It's, you know what it is. Here's what I do. Let me explain this to you. If you're not familiar with, if you are not a regular listener, and I see you come in the into the chat, I try to type hello to you straight away, and I then tend to be really bad at walking and chewing gum, typing and saying hello to all of you at the same time. So I'm doing a butcherish job of it at the moment. I'm trying to type and say hello to you all, and I'm losing my brain. So that said, let me get to some of the, so here's what's happening tonight. Wait, gee, maybe I should tell you what's happening tonight. Here's what's happening on the program tonight. If you read the header of our Facebook post, and for our friends on hot101.net who are not seeing that, here's our program tonight. As I mentioned at the top, this is our last live program before the end of the 2022 election cycle. Our only scheduled guest is Robert Zeigler. He's the Democratic nominee for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives for the 171st District. And I believe he's coming in after 5:30, I think. I believe it's after 5:30. So we will be hearing from him. Or no, not after 5:30. I take that back. After 6. Excuse me. I think it's after 6 that he is coming in. And so we will talk to Robert then. There's also a very good possibility that we will be joined throughout the program by several I hope, candidates. We have an open door tonight. It very simply is just an open door. Anybody who knows how to get to the program, anyone who wants to call on the phone, if you're a state or federal level candidate, major party candidate from anywhere in the United States, this is your last chance for some free media and to talk to the people of your district, of your state, of your country. And you are welcome to do so. So I hope that you will consider that. So we may have a very open door. It might be kind of a free-ish flowing program. It could be a little scatterbrained. I might be all over the place. We might be in the middle of an interview and somebody else pops in. It's just going to be, if you're a major party candidate. And by the way, when I say major party, I mean major party. I have invited probably over 24 Republican candidates from around the country to come on this program. And forgive me to my Republican friends, but what should be a surprise to none of you is that none of them have taken advantage of it. There is a chance that one of them might tonight, but I can't be certain of that. But it's so that's a possibility. I'm not 100% certain of that. I welcome it. And I got a little, I guess, grief, you'd say, a little earlier in the week about, why would you open up your program to Republican candidates? And I think if you know me, you know that I do. If you know me, you know that I would open up the program to Republicans because I still, as far gone, I'm not going to make too many friends with this one. As far gone as I believe that too many of our Republican friends are, that they can't be reached any longer, I still believe that the conversations are important. They're very important. We have to talk to each other. We just have to. We have to. And so I invited Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate on, Doug Mastriano, on this program probably a dozen different times going back to the primary before he even secured the nomination. I contacted several different people in his campaign, from every way that I was aware of. And every time I would get a new contact for his campaign, I would email them too, or message or text or whatever it took me to get to them, and offer him the same open invitation that I would offer anybody else. Now, again, shockingly, I say sarcastically, that he has failed to do so, and I assume doesn't want to, and that's okay. He's perfectly welcome not to come here if he chooses not to. Unlike his opinions on choice, if he chooses not to go here or come here, I should say, if he chooses not to visit here, then that's okay. That is his, forgive me, choice. So he might not believe in choice, but I do. So that is his choice if he doesn't want to come here. But I have invited a lot of Republican candidates, as many as I could make any kind of contact with. They were invited here and offered the same opportunity to speak to you that any Democratic candidate and or nominee and or you name it, official has had the opportunity. Several of the Republican candidates for the United States House, incumbent and challengers, have been invited here. They simply won't come. I don't know what they are afraid of, to be honest. Well, I do know what they're afraid of, but if you've watched us at all, if you've listened to us at all, then you know that I do not yell, I do not scream, I do not make, I don't stand on my head. This is not this isn't Limbaugh. Let's put it that way. I'm not here to make anybody look foolish. Tough questions, damn straight. Call out, correct you when you lie, absolutely. Correct you when you think you're making a fact and it's not one, yes. But yell, scream, call names, try to make you look foolish, no, never, never. So I don't know why, but they don't come, but the door is open. Now, I promised you that it was going to be to some of the folks who joined in. Patrick Palmer, my dear friend, welcome. Mr. Brian Sims, you know how to get to this program, sir. You're always welcome to dial in here, Mr. Sims is watching. Say hello to Katie Lenai. I really hope I'm saying that right, Katie. If I'm butchering it, you may yell at me loud. Mr. Shamim, Paxit is here. Welcome to Gary Gates and Jitesh Hatogi. I probably butchered that too. Jitesh, you may yell at me as much as you wish. I owe you on that one. Ernie is here. Who else am I missing? Paul, our dear friend Randall, BK Reimers, Janet Hill, Alex, Cameron, so many folks, Tom Gilmore, so many folks in the room tonight. Thank you all for being there. If I don't type a welcome and a hello to you straight away, please know I see you. I'll get to it as quickly as I can. I told you it was going to be a bit of a free-for-all tonight, in a good way, that the door is open to candidates, both folks who have visited our program before and those who may, and new guests. And so one of our friends, I believe she is connecting, is joining us, and there she is from the bunker, from the campaign bunker. You can tell by the background. She joined us not all that long ago. I think it was just a few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been in late September, I want to say. But regardless of that, again, I told you all around the country, I told everybody, I told and invited anybody and everybody, the door is open. So Jackie Baker has decided to walk in and take advantage of that. So welcome back, Jackie Baker.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me on the show once again. Thanks for all the listeners who are listening. I hope you can hear me okay today.
I got you, even though the voice sounds a little hoarse there. Must be busy, must be out giving all sorts of power speeches.
That's correct. Been busy. Yesterday I was speaking or yelling at a pro-choice rally in Kingston, Pennsylvania. We had a nice group.
You're yelling with them.
No, it was a great turnout, sponsored by the Progressive Women of NEPA, who endorsed me as one of their candidates. And we had a good gathering on Market Street at Kirby Park yesterday. And we had seems like a lot of support from the traffic going by and the people on the street stopping by. So women's issues, women's rights, the right to have an abortion if one chooses, keeping local politicians out of our doctors' offices. We are not going to go back to the 1950s. We were making it, clear, and it seems
I would say 1850s.
Issue.
I would say 1850s. I think that's one of the things that we tend to make a little bit of a ha-ha silly joke of it now. It's not funny. This party doesn't want to take women back to the 1950s. They don't want to take this country back to the 50s. They want to take it back to the 1850s. Or perhaps the funnier part of the joke is, oh yeah, they do want to take us back to the 50s. The 1850s, a pre-Civil War country. That's what we're looking at going back. And the sad bit of it is it's not the entirety of the Republican Party. It is not even the majority, I don't think, but it is the loudest bit. They're the ones that have the most money, unfortunately, and they have hijacked one of the two political parties in this country. Democracy demands at least two functioning political parties. We're down to one.
That is what I said. The 1850s, that's usually the right answer. And then we're not going back. Go ahead.
Remind folks who you are, what you're running for. Give them a little brief, for the folks that may not have been able to see you when you joined our program at more length earlier. Remind folks who you are, what you're running for. Tell us how the campaign's going generally.
Okay, so I am Jackie Baker. I'm running for state senate in Pennsylvania's 20th senatorial district. My opponent has been sitting there in the office in the senatorial district for 16 years unopposed, and I feel enough is enough. I am running I'm running on Tuesday, and I will need every vote, and we can do this so we can make Pennsylvania way better, and it's just time for change. So I have been working really hard and been out on the campaign trail, so I just was able to have some time today to pop in with you, Jeff. So
tell the folks about what you're seeing. When you joined us, there was still a good bit of time left in this cycle. Now it's red alert, battle stations, all hands on deck. Tell me how it's going. What's different maybe from when you visited us the first time to now? What are you feeling on the streets? Quote unquote on the streets, out there. What are you feeling? What's the sense? Just tell me generally what pops to mind when I say, how is it going?
There is a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of support. A lot of people realize what the issues are, and we just need them to get out to vote. So we're working really hard to make sure they realize that every vote counts. That is their voice, and it does matter on Tuesday. So we need you to look at the candidates that you have to choose from, go to their websites, look at the issues, and be a voter on Tuesday. That's what we need.
And what do you sense about the excitement level, if you will, engagement level on the streets? Are people excited to go vote, or are they sort of, I can't wait for this damn thing to be over, stop calling me? Or is it somewhere in between? Maybe it's somewhere in between, but what
no, there seems to be a lot of excitement this year to get involved. Lots more excitement. I've seen a lot of younger generation people coming out, registering to vote, stepping up, asking questions, and getting involved. And I'm really glad to see that. And mothers, grandmothers, and men, as we were out there bringing attention to pro-choice candidates yesterday, it always makes us happy to see that there are men going by and giving us the thumbs up and beeping their horn, and their support. So I feel like just from yesterday, there's a lot of support, a lot of knowledge about what is on the ballot this year, and abortion rights, women's rights. It's still very important. It's very high, and it's motivating many, many people.
This might sound like a very obvious question, but you're a candidate. You're out there way more than me. Sometimes I can't walk from the first floor to the second floor, so I'm not out, but you're out there. Why is the Dobbs decision, the overturn of Roe, why is this such a big deal, a big issue for folks, men and women? Again, I know it seems like a very obvious question, but you're out there. Why are you being told that this is a big, as President Biden would say, this is a BFD? Why is it a BFD?
Taking away someone's right and someone's choice can affect the rest of their lives. You're taking away a right to privacy. You want to interject local politicians into our doctors' rooms when decisions, this is healthcare, this is women's healthcare. And we don't need politicians telling us how to make those decisions about our own bodies. It is way out of line. It's unbelievable, the nerve that These politicians think they have to make the decision for each individual woman. Sometimes it's a young female child. They have no right to interfere in our medical business and our personal lives. And we know 50 years ago and before that, how hard women had to fight just to be able to get birth control or have the right to an abortion so that they could choose the path they want to take in their life. If they want to go to college, if they want to go to work, if they want to travel, whatever they need to do, that's their decisions. Each person has that right to make their own decisions.
Jackie, as I know that you are aware, because you are a studied candidate, what a shocker, what a sadly rare thing nowadays, but you have studied, you've done the work. The Hobbs decision is sorry, Dobbs, I keep saying Hobbs, that's wrong. It's a Dobbs decision with a D. The Dobbs decision is the first time in the history of this country that the Supreme Court has taken away rights from a percentage of from any percentage, not let alone the majority of the population, but from any percentage. There have been, when I have made this argument in the past, I've had people throw at me Dred Scott and things like that, but he says, but generally, in such cases like that, the slavery cases, the pre-Civil War cases, the Supreme Court simply held fast to the idea that people of color had no rights. They basically upheld that. We didn't grant inalienable rights to former slaves and then take them back. So this right was given to women, what should have been a natural right in the first place, but that's a different argument for a different day, was given to them for a good 50 years and then removed. So the first time in the history of the country that the US Supreme Court actually removed rights from anyone. With all of that said, and hopefully I didn't butcher all of that, but with all of that said, do you think people understand that, or is that a little too in the weeds?
I have always said that once you have achieved a right, it's nearly impossible to remove that right. And yet, like you said, this is the first time they have done that. It is extremely damaging. It's damaging in all aspects. It's damaging to the family dynamic. It's damaging to the economy, the workforce. It is insulting, and it is a slippery slope. If they want to talk about a slippery slope on the other side, this is one. Because next will be, let's take away your right to equal marriage rights, and let's take away your right to this and that. And, they already are attacking which books you can read. How far do we want to go? Where is the freedom if you're going to keep attacking every right we have and then trying to take it away from each of us? So you've already started with this one. We have to push back now before the next thing goes away. And God forbid we lose our right to vote. If we lose our right to vote, we don't have a democracy. And we need to pull ourselves together as Americans and get out there and pay attention to what's real and what's true. And we need to take our democracy and work for it and keep it strong and healthy. We're a union, and we need to act like that.
I started off the first almost half hour of probably the first 20 plus minutes of the program begging people to vote. The importance of it, no matter who you were going to vote for, no matter which way you want to vote. And I know that some people might think that's a little crazy. Why would you encourage the Republicans to vote? Because it's their right too. And because when these moneyed, powerful fascist forces are looking to take votes from people, hey, people of color, how many Republican votes got stripped? they're not just taking, obviously they're targeting largely Democratic groups, but as we see larger and larger percentages of African Americans and Hispanic Americans vote Republican, they're taking your vote too. I want you to go vote. Tell me about talking to the people during this campaign about simply maintaining the freedom to, the right to vote.
It makes me very concerned. I've been worried about this for so long. I've been paying attention for many, many years, and I've seen the signs coming. And that has really made me upset that the division in our country makes us weaker and weaker. Encouraging groups of people to not vote, to make it difficult to vote, to penalize someone for getting a bottle of water in line when they need to vote, to try to take away access or mail-in voting when people are working 2 and 3 jobs and they may need that or have a disability or maybe overseas and we need that mail-in voting because it makes access to voting better. We need both parties to realize that this is our democracy. It is not okay to storm the Capitol. It's not okay to deny anyone's vote. Our elections are safe and secure, but we have to guarantee going forward that they are. We have to make sure that other countries don't come in and tear us apart. When we're divided and fighting over the right to vote, then we are susceptible to attack by other countries. We need to think about the bigger picture. People died, have fought, have battled so that we can continue to grow as a country, as a democracy, as a republic. We cannot lose it now. We cannot have dictatorship in this country. We cannot have monarchies or anything like that. This is a democracy, and that means everyone votes. We say it's not a spectator sport. This is important.
Which leads me to a couple of comments from the comment section. I was not actually saving them for you, but they are apropos to add in right now. Kenneth Wolf. Kenneth is a new name that I have not noticed on the program before. So welcome, Kenneth. Welcome home. Welcome here. We're glad that you are here, sir. Please let independents know. Kenneth states in the comments, please let independents know that they can vote on Tuesday. I have had a few conversations with folks that thought they were not allowed to vote in their own general election. I added a couple words, but his point is that independents, non-affiliated, are being told they can't vote. And that is, quite simply, folks, a lie. Now, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, again, this program goes around the globe. Inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in a primary election, you must be a registered party member. You must be a registered Democrat, registered Republican. In a general election, it's wide open, kids. If you are legal and registered to vote, then you can vote, period. So to my independent and non-affiliated friends across the Commonwealth and quite literally across the country, now is your time. Go vote, for goodness sakes. And Randall mentions, I'm going to find it. It's here somewhere. Darn it. Where'd your comment go, Randall? How dare I lose it? I lost it. I believe it was that Randall and his wife dropped off their mail-in ballots. I'm trying to find it, and I still can't find it. Oh, goodness. You guys are kind enough to send me. Randall mentions democracy is on the ballot. He is correct. Here's his comment. I ask you guys to comment, then I lose them. It's terrible radio for me to go searching through. My wife, Randall mentions, my wife and I voted by mail-in ballot on September 27th and dropped it off directly at our county's Borough Hall drop box. I agree with you, Randall. Randall, yet another important point, folks. I am guilty. I told you that at the beginning of the program. I am guilty as well of procrastinating. My mail-in ballot is sitting on my dining room table. It is my intention to drop it off at the drop box tomorrow. If you have a mail-in ballot, by God, please, I beg you, don't mail it. Take it to a drop box. If you have drop boxes in your county, then by God, please take them there. If you are required then to take it right to your county courthouse, county seat, county administration building, even if it's out of your way, I beg you to do it. The great, good, caring people that work for the Postal Service are exactly that, but they simply can't be trusted at this point to get your ballot where it needs to be on time. Here in Pennsylvania, a mail-in ballot must be received by the Office of Elections, whatever proper term is right there for you in your area, by the close of the polls. That would be 8 p.m. Eastern time here in PA. So they have to have it by 8 p.m. It's Sunday. The post office is closed. It's just before 6 p.m. Eastern. So you have a day and a half, basically, to trust the Postal Service. I wouldn't. And that might sound like I'm beating up on postal workers. I'm not. Their systems have been deliberately degraded in order to affect the electoral system. And sadly, it kind of makes them look bad, even when it's not their fault. But the truth of the matter is that if you want your ballot in and counted and you want to be an active part of this election, I would take your mail-in ballot to a legal, sanctioned, secure drop box or directly to your county's Office of Elections. Long diatribe there, but talk about Jackie, have you had any problem? Have you noticed, or have you, candidates become diatribe there, but they have become sources of information as well. How many have you had a lot of constituents or potential constituents ask you about voting? Are they worried about voting? Are they worried about what's going to happen to their ballot? Do they know what to do with it?
We are trying to encourage everyone to get their ballots. Like you just said, you need to take it in person to the correct legal drop box. Sometimes it's in your county courthouse. Sometimes, you can look it up online and find exactly where they are. Any polling information, any questions about voting, vote.pa.gov is a great website. You can check your registration status. You can find your place to poll. I have not heard anyone concerned this voting season about getting their ballots in time. Everybody seems to be paying attention and getting them in. Just be sure to follow the directions carefully. Again, vote.pa.gov. They have great video tutorials that can walk you through everything from mail-in voting through voting on electronic polling and all kinds of information. Everything you need is right there, vote.pa.gov.
And that's obviously the website for here in Pennsylvania. If you are in Oregon, Michigan, Texas, anywhere across the United States and its territories, please just Google your local elections or state elections, territorial elections, because your votes count. Get them in. If you're, again, I'm probably going to say it 100 times before the end of the program, but if your vote was so meaningless, wouldn't be trying to take it from you. They're trying to strip you of your vote exactly because it is so meaningful. Now, Mr. Bezos and Mr. Musk obviously are worth about $250 billion apiece, each of them. And that buys a lot of politicking. It buys a lot of ads. It buys a lot of media. It buys a lot of mailers and TV commercials and radio commercials and flyers and literature and T-shirts and signs and everything that goes into campaigning. But at the end of the day, when they walk into the voting booth and when you walk into the voting booth, you both get the same vote. One. And because there are not enough billionaires, although we are creating them at an alarming rate, there's still more of us. That's why it's the 1% and the 99%. The 1% cannot outvote you. They can't. They can buy a lot of media. Again, I know it's repetitive. They have Fox, they have Newsmax, they have One American News, they have 1,500 plus right-wing hate radio stations, 500 of them in Spanish. But at the end of the day, when you walk into the booth, it's still one person, one vote. We are the 99%, and that includes my non-affiliated, independent, and Republican brothers and sisters. We are the 99%, not the billionaires. We're the ones in charge, but not if we don't show up. Not if we don't show up. We have to show up first. 6:01 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect for November 6th. It came to me eventually. You saw the look on my face. It was not comfortable, but it came to me. November 6th, for the 6th of November, 2022, our last live program before the end of the 2022 election cycle. I'm going to ask you a question, generally speaking, after this is over. Wherever you might be on Facebook, we've shared the program to over 100 places, but a little less than normal. So if you have new groups that you would like us to be a part of, please let us know. Share our program there. If you have friends, family, crazy Uncle Larry before Thanksgiving that you think might need a little education and a little facting, please share the program to him. But thank you, because that's how we promote the program. It's how we grow the program. And there have been so many new names in this evening who have not been names that I recognize, but not names that have been part of the program before. So for all the new folks who might be, maybe this is the first time taking in the program, a very special thank you to all of you. And I hope that this becomes habit for you. You can always be with us. You can always find us. If you should miss, by the way, any of the live program, you can find it everywhere that it's been shared on Facebook. You can also go to our YouTube channel, which is also called same name as the Facebook group, That Other Side of Information. To our friends, family, brothers, and sisters at hot101.net, our name is our web address. There's no device really that you can't listen to us on, so you should do so. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app. And of course, TCP, the culture professional. I think my mouth just it's like I ran out of energy right there. The cultured professional out of Lancaster as well. Jackie, at the end, the lifeblood of any candidate, whether we like it or not,
is coffee.
Yes, I agree. Coffee, sugar, I should say, rubber chicken dinners. I was going to say money, and we can say however many different opinions we want to say about that, but the truth of it is money. Tom Hartman asked a very important question this week, and it's actually not one that I can answer, but since you are part of this machinery, for better or for worse, sometimes probably, the total cost of the 2022 election cycle is going to approach, if not surpass, $10 billion. What did we get for $10 billion? What did America get for $10 billion?
Aggravated, harassed, lies for 8 months in a row just this year. It's a waste of money. It's such a waste of money. I run my campaign on the tightest shoestring budget there possibly is. And this campaign's running, for the people and by the people. It's run by volunteers. It's run by $5 donations here and there. And I believe that if you really work hard and you can share that message and what you believe is going to happen as a candidate and what you've listened from your community members and you know what they need, I believe that you can achieve it, just as I've run this whole campaign. And I am so grateful to volunteers who help and to every little small donor. But it's such a waste of billions and millions of dollars and time. And I would love to see that money get out of politics.
What do you see changing? Well, let me back up a second. You've been a teacher, you're a mom. You're a pig mom now, by the way. If you haven't seen the pictures of Jackie on Facebook, you need to go find them. Jackie now has, what are they? They're not a collection of pigs, a group, a flock. What do we call a group of pigs? Group?
Herd?
A brood? A herd? I don't know what we call them. But anyway, she's got pigs and they're cute as heck. But you're a mom, you're a teacher, you're a pig mom, you're a rural mom. And now you are, if you don't mind me saying, a much really accomplished and polished candidate now. What did you, since I'm sure you paid attention to the news before you were a candidate because you have children and you're a teacher. You have to teach. You have to talk with students about what the hell's going on in the world. But what has being a candidate taught you or informed you, for better or for worse, about those things that you only paid attention to maybe from a distance earlier? What's the difference from being outside observer to an inside participant?
Well, I really don't consider myself an inside participant. So I just feel that I had to do this. I have to work hard. I've always worked hard. I don't do it because there's money or fame or power or fortune in anything that I have done. I have always spent my life helping and caring for people and children, their families, the communities. As a teacher, public servant, that's what I have been my whole life. And that's the most important thing to me. And I'm trying to help people all the time, whether I'm elected or not. I am helping people in my community. I'm helping them. They reach out to me. I will always help people. That is like the bottom line. I just don't, I'm sure people think that, you know, I'm getting lots of money from everywhere else. I am not. I am doing this for the people and by the people. And it's the most honest way I think that you can do it, is just to run yourself a clean and very financially tight campaign, because it's not about me, it's about the people that I want to help and serve. But I certainly can't do it without volunteers, and you certainly can't do it without some money.
You know, there have been so many people who have been put off by politics generally. How do you get them engaged? How do you tell people how important this is, or try to convince them that this is important, that they do need to be invested in this, that despite being a candidate, despite raising money, despite wearing, you know, the banner of Democratic nominee for this office, that you're still one of them. You're not the paid, bought off politician. You're not a professional. You're not looking to get rich. You're actually looking to, you know, what does that I'm kind of butchering. I know what I'm trying to ask. I'm not saying it well, but what, how is that going? Does somebody come up and, oh, you're just like all the rest of them? How do you connect then?
Right. I am just like everybody else. I'm a lifelong Pennsylvanian. I went to school here, high school, college. I live here. My kids are growing up here. My parents are here. I've always cared about this Commonwealth, and I always pay attention to what's happening. I know that my roads, when I go down the road, how dangerous they are. I know where all the potholes are and why they're, MAD is just like everyone else. They're not getting fixed. It's damaging our vehicles and on and on. I'm living in the same community with the same issues and problems that they are. And the more that I've been able to talk to community members, the more I hear from them. We do realize that these are the problems that we agree on. These are things that need to be fixed. We do have more in common across party lines, and these issues, we all face these issues, whether you're a Republican, Independent, or Democrat. Healthcare affects us all. When the hospital down the road does not have a doctor in the ER to take care of my child, that means that same hospital does not have a doctor in the ER to take care of your child or your child or your child. Their lives are endangered because of a lack of health care, just like mine. I feel that every day. When I go to the gas pump, I feel that. Every cent that goes up or down affects me, just like everyone else. But the key is to find out the real reasons and the real answers and what's really happening behind all the fluff of TV commercials and the lies on certain programming or on certain social media. It always comes right back down to education. And that's what I have been focused on over these past 3 years, is to learn. Speak to community members, but learn how the process works and doesn't work. Why are we always being taxed as working people? I'm tired of it myself, because if we do the research, we find out that Pennsylvania does not invest in education. Well, if we don't invest in education, the taxes fall onto the taxpayer, the homeowner, the property owner. The school tax goes up. That affects me too, and it hurts me as well. And it's ridiculous, and it can be changed and it can be fixed. But politicians who take money from these corporations and from businesses, they only serve the people that they're taking the money from, instead of serving the people in their communities like they are supposed to.
Number one issue that you have heard back at you throughout this campaign is what?
Our right to vote, women's rights, and the economy. And I have explained that money from the federal government, Build Back Better first, then money, we will be getting money from the infrastructure bill over the next 5 years. That's money coming to our Commonwealth. And we also have the Inflation Reduction Act happening to help relieve costs and inflation. When the money from the federal government was given to Pennsylvania, to Harrisburg, to our legislators, they did not give it to us. They did not help us out in a time of need of a global pandemic. They socked it away, billions. First it was 12 billion, then 10 billion, but it was socked away in a rainy day fund while we were in the middle of a pouring downstorm, the pandemic, the effects of a worldwide pandemic. And everyone needed help to get back up and moving. Our healthcare industry was strapped. Our healthcare workers were busting their butts. So why were CEOs of our greedy healthcare industries and hospitals making record profits during that time? The money, the greed has got to stop. It's ridiculous. We have to put the power into the people's hands. That's what I believe. I'm one of them. I'm a mom, just like you said. I've been a teacher. I pay attention to what's going on. But the best thing we can do is really, we need to be educated about the issues and how government really works. When people say they want to blame every decision on the governor, regardless of the governor's party, it's not the governor who writes bills. It's not the governor who comes up with those or doesn't vote on the bills to begin with. A lot of things don't even make it for a vote. So we need to understand that you have a state senator, you have a state representative, you also have a U.S. senator. Pennsylvania has 2 U.S. senators, and we also have congressmen and women who work in D.C. We also have local governments, and we need to know how each entity operates and who's there to help us and when and how. And most decisions come down to a very local level. Our state government is extremely important in helping people and getting us moving again. So it's really important we pay attention. I feel like, you know, on the road, most people may know who their state representatives are, because a representative represents about 65,000 people. A state senator, many people are not aware of, representing over 265,000 people. I am running to represent people in 5 counties in Northeast PA. So I see more people joining in. So I'll kind of just wrap up mine. You know, I'm running to work in Pike County, all of Pike County.
Amanda's scaring you right off the screen. She could beat you up and scare you right off the screen.
Yeah. Amanda for Congress all the way.
Don't run away. Stay.
No, I'm not going to, but I just wanted to point out which areas I'm running in before I don't think I really mentioned it. So all of Pike County, if you're in the Poconos in Pike County, you can vote for me this year, Jackie Baker for PA Senate. Most of Wayne County, I would be honored for your vote in Wayne County. All of Wyoming County, all of Susquehanna County, and a good portion of Luzerne County, all in Northeast PA. So all those counties are in my district. I have been there many times to visit and to talk with people. And so please, you know, spread the word, get people informed. If you can just get one person, you know, sometimes we say, call 10 friends and neighbors, tell them what issue you're voting on. I'm voting for this candidate because she'll protect my right to vote. But if you can even reach out to one more person and share a website and say, I'm voting for this person because they stand for our democracy and women's rights or this and that, which those votes are so important. Just please get out there, share it, vote. It's just so incredibly important. So I'm going to grab a drink while you introduce your next fabulous candidate that I know very, very well. And I'm really looking forward to her being elected on Tuesday. So I'll hand it back to Jeff and I'll let him do the honors while I quick grab.
Another friend of the show comes back to visit us again. Again, folks, I told you it was going to be a bit of a drop-in center tonight. Like all the wayward candidates who are lost on the road and don't know where to go are all dropping in tonight. And she was with us not but a few weeks ago, really, and back in to drop in, say hello again. Last live program before the end of this cycle. And again, no matter what, I beg you, all of you, Republican, Democratic, non-affiliated, independent, green, libertarian, if you are registered to vote, I beg you, please go vote. Go vote. Clearly, I have my own opinions on how you should vote, but it's not up to me to tell you how to vote. I can make my case, but it's your decision. And I beg you to go vote. If your vote was so meaningless, they would not try to take it away from you. Don't let your vote be taken away. Don't waste it. Go and vote. Amanda Waldman rejoins us after a few-week break and after a Well, busy time. You're hobnobbing with the big rollers here lately with the gubernatorial candidate, the senatorial candidate. You're all over the place. You are a
I'm
big
inviting
deal. You're a
myself.
big deal.
I'm inviting myself. I'm not a big deal. I'm a regular person. I'm just like everybody else in my district. We're all just normal.
Well, I know it hasn't been a tremendous amount of time since you visited us at length, but how has it been going? How about just a general, how is it going? Especially now that we're coming to the end. It's as I mentioned to Jackie earlier, it's red alert battle stations, all hands on deck. How is it now compared to earlier on when there was still time, there was still a chance to breathe, maybe a chance to sleep? How are you doing? How is the campaign going now that we're at red alert?
So I'm like pretty chill. I've been getting sleep. Maybe not my regular schedule of sleep, but it's been great. The feedback has been great. Again, if any of your listeners have not seen my debate with my opponent from October 20th, you can find it on YouTube by searching WVIA and Waldman, my last name. It'll pop right up and you can watch it. I highly encourage you. Apparently it was good enough to put some fear into my opponent, who has suddenly stopped responding to media, newspaper reporters. He won't go on the conservative talk show radio shows. I will. I have been. I've been on Nikki Stone's show twice. So I'm going to give her a shout out because I had a blast. Nikki's awesome. Like Jeff said, just go vote. I don't care what party you're with. I'm running because not a single one of us have representation. I'm running at the federal level, not at the state level. You definitely need to be voting for Jackie Baker for state senate. She is level-headed. She's not bought. She's not bossed, just like myself. Our donations come straight from the people because you're the only ones we want to work for. So it's been going great. I can't wait until Tuesday. I can't wait to get out with everyone. I do have one ask of everyone. Our counties are really short on poll greeters. So if anyone out there has an hour or 2 hours to spare that you can greet people at your polling places, reach out to your county party, reach out to your candidates in the area, let them know that you want to be at a poll and help them out just by saying hello to your neighbors who are going in to vote. It's really not dangerous. It's not difficult. It's kind of fun if you like your neighbors, or if you enjoy talking to people. It's a great way to get to know your communities too. And it's a great way to help your candidates.
Number one issue you're hearing out on the trail, is it the same as when you visited us earlier, or has it changed?
Those damn gas prices. It's the same.
How much
Yeah.
time do you have to take to explain the truth of the matter?
It's getting faster now. People have heard me give the spiel before, so now they have more direct questions. I do still like to pop in on people, when I stop to get gas, because I too have a gas vehicle and I have to stop and fill up. And so I have a 12 county district, so you never know what gas station I'm going to pop into to fill up. So if you strike up a conversation with a person that looks similar to me at the gas pump, chances are I'll have the conversation with you. I will be irate with you about the gas prices. And then I will hand you my business card with my phone number and email. And I will say, this is why you need to vote for me and not for my opponent who takes money from the gas industry.
The
So-
6 largest fossil fuel companies on the planet recorded third quarter profits. We are now in the fourth quarter of a business
Record-breaking
of
profit.
over $100 billion. Just 6 companies over $100 billion, including a historically high, globally historically high individual corporation, a net profit for ExxonMobil, I believe in the 25-ish billion dollar range. Is that part of the explanation that you tell folks? How can you have inflation when profits are at a record
I am
high?
going to quote my opponent. There's no such thing as price gouging. How dare you? These small business owners that own these gas stations are only making 3 to 4 cents a gallon. I'm not going to disagree with the last part of his explanation. And I'm not going to disagree with that because the companies that supply the gasoline to the small businesses who own and run the stores set the prices per gallon. Our small business owners are not the ones raking in $100 billion profit.
In just one
The
quarter of the
corporations
calendar
are.
year.
Yeah.
Not for an entire,
but
not even
according
for an
to my
entire
opponent-
year, for one quarter of the calendar year.
According to my opponent, there's no such thing as price gouging. The other part that I like to point out to people, up until November 1st, when they decided to decrease production over in Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, up until that point, and I haven't looked since, so this is my failing. I'm sure, Jeff, you can probably fact check me in a half hour, Pete. The price per barrel of oil was the same 2 weeks ago as it was when President Trump was in office. So explain to me, riddle me this, Batman, why is the price at the pump double what it was when President Trump was in office? The answer is super simple. It's because we elect corporate, bought, and bossed politicians like Dan Muser. And if you don't believe me that these people are bought, look at their campaign finance report. It really only takes a second. Go to FEC's website, type in whoever's campaign report you want to look at, and hit search, and boom, the whole thing pops up and you can see everything. My opponent is taking money from the gas and oil industry. He is taking money from the pharmaceutical industry. So long as we keep electing the same politicians, we will never see results that impact you and I right here, living the life every day, struggling to decide, am I gonna make that extra trip to the grocery store because I ran out of milk? Can I even afford the extra gallon of milk or bread or eggs or meat? Can I make it to work if I make that extra trip to the gas station? Because I'm not going to get paid again for another 2 weeks. Will my electric company keep my electric on if I can only afford a partial payment? How am I going to pay my oil bill that went from my normal $300 a month to $1,000 a month? These are the questions that everyone going to the polls on Tuesday needs to ask themselves. Exactly what have the elected incumbents done for us? Look at the voting record. Look at the campaign finance report. Decide for yourself. Do you really, truly believe that the person who's been elected over and over and over again and has voted against what's best for you and I every chance they got is really going to be different if I re-elect them? When people show you who they are, believe them. Stop re-electing them. Hold them accountable. This isn't a partisan issue. It's literally who is bossing these politicians around, who already owns them, and who is running for office, who's only taking donations from the constituents and the people they want to serve.
How hard is it to get people to understand and or believe that direct correlation? And by the
It's
way,
not at all.
it does happen on both sides.
It's not difficult at all. Oh yeah, it's absolutely. It's not a partisan
There are
statement.
Democrats from big pharma states and banking states who take lots of money from insurance companies
Absolutely.
and bankers and big pharma.
Mhm.
So in this era of that everything that comes from your face must be a lie, how difficult is it to make the case to people that, look, here's a hard copy printed out of the finance report. If you don't believe me, we'll search, you and I will stand right here on my phone and search it, and I'll look at it. And it shows you informs you as to exactly how Mr. Muser votes. Has it been difficult to draw that conclusion?
It hasn't.
Or to make that connection, or to get people to believe you that this isn't fake news here?
No, not at all. Because my statement now, while I talk about my opponent, because I'm very familiar with his voting record, I am so familiar with his voting record, I can actually tell him what he's voted for and against, and I can give him the date and time. And I can give him direct quotes on why he said he voted for or against something. I did point that out to the congressman during our debate, and then again off stage when the debate was over. We're not holding them accountable. We keep expecting different results from the same people. That is not difficult for me to get across, because my statement is not about party. It is the truth. Every time there's a bill that the people can see and say, that's a good idea, why didn't it pass? Look at every person that voted no and look at where their donations came from. One of my favorite examples, and this is for all the farmers out there, the Prime Act. And every livestock, oh, did I get?
No, you're good. I got you.
Okay, because the Zoom meeting is calling me.
I'm
I
not calling
won't
you. I
answer. We'll
promise.
just stay here and see what happens.
I'm not calling you. I promise. You're right here. Everything's good on my end. I'm not sure, rural broadband's always a challenge, but we're good. We're good so far.
Well, I'm actually
Please
sitting in the
continue.
Lycoming County Democrats office right
Oh,
now.
good.
I've been
Brilliant.
calling volunteers. So anyway, the Prime Act. So any farmer out there that raises livestock, all of you know what the Prime Act is, and it's been submitted on the House and the Senate floor for 4 sessions. That's 8 years. 8 years. And every time it's submitted to the floor or of the Senate or the House, it's sent to the Agricultural Committee. This piece of legislation, the Prime Act, directly impacts you and I's ability to afford the meat at our grocery store. We have the choice of buying from local farmers and helping our local community at a lower price for better quality meat. So it's hugely supported bipartisan. Both sides of the aisle love this bill. It gets sent to the Ag Committee, and you know what happens?
It dies an ugly death. It gets ignored.
Yeah. None of us know what happens. It never comes back. When the session's over 2 years later, it comes back out on the floor. Goes back to the Ag Committee. Now, what does the Agricultural Committee have to do with all this? The majority and minority seat of the committee is bought and paid for by, guess, the large meat packing and agricultural producers in the country. The ones, that are going around buying up small farms, making a conglomerate, putting people out of business, eliminating competition in the local markets. Yeah, those guys. So during COVID, we didn't need to have empty meat shelves. We could have been buying our neighbors' meat from their farm, organically grown. We could have had that. We didn't have to have empty shelves. But large corporations didn't like that idea. So that's what's going on behind the scenes. So whenever you question why something didn't pass, something that would have been really good for us, look at the money, because the money will tell you exactly why it didn't pass. And it will tell you who has been bought and paid for by those corporations. And that is not party, that is all of them.
And it is not unusual for those moneyed interests to actually choose who the chair people of said committees will be.
No, that's what the bidding war actually is. There is a bidding war for those top 2 seats, and that's both parties. That money goes directly to the national parties. It's not part of campaign finance because it's after an election. The candidates have already been elected, winners are winners. It goes directly to the national parties. Highest bidder gets the top 2 seats. That's how it works. And I'm not making any friends in the party by telling anybody this. I can promise you that. So if I
Hard to
win
believe that you're not
win-
making friends.
That's the thing about being honest. If you're too honest, someone's going to hate it. And so on Tuesday, when I win, expect there to be an immediate challenger within the next month against me. They will spend the next 2 years campaigning against me to kick me out. But I'm just going to let that roll off my shoulders. I'm not running for power. I'm not running for money. And so long as I do the job, I believe in the people to support me because I'm doing the work for them. And if I'm not doing the job as a Democrat in a red district, what do you think is going to happen to me? Bye. Easy peasy, kick me out.
This might be
But
a
I'm
dumb,
going to do the work.
this might be I will freely admit that this might be a dumb question. It might be a pie in the sky question, right? Why are there red districts and blue districts? Why aren't they all purple?
I would love to say that it has to do with gerrymandering, but not all of it does. So it doesn't matter how you slice up Lycoming County. Lycoming County is majority Republican. It is majority red, just on the basis of the people that live here. And county lines are not gerrymandered. County lines are going to be county lines forever. How you cut them up into voting districts, you can gerrymander. So this cycle, I'm going to use my own county again as an example. In 2020, I ran for a House district here in Lycoming, and I ran in the red one. And it was like 4-1 Republican to Democrat here, registered voters. Now it is more like 6-1. And the other district that's in Lycoming County, it's kind of like the donut hole in the middle of a donut, or it was. Now it's the U out of a horseshoe. That district was very, very close to being split 50-50. Now that district is closer to 4-1 Republican to Democrat. And my section of my former section, the 84th, is closer to 6-1. How? Well, that'd be gerrymandering. That was separating communities of interest based solely on registered voters and what party those voters were registered in. That's how the map came out for the state. So while overall it looks great for us little rural counties, it wasn't fair. And that's going to be the same case so long as we have any type of politician or special interest involved in drawing maps. We're not going to get rid of it.
I'm a little late for my reset at 6:38 Eastern time. It is November 6th, the last live program before the end of the 2022 election cycle for my fellow Commonwealth voters here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Election day is Tuesday, just like it is everywhere else in the country, but election day is Tuesday. Polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. If you are like me and you have procrastinated, and I have no other explanation for you other than I've procrastinated, and you have your mail-in ballot with you, take it to a drop box. Do not, and I take no pleasure in saying this, by the way, because the good union, hardworking, good, decent human beings in the that work for the Postal Service simply can't be trusted at this time to get your ballot where it needs to be by 8 p.m. on Tuesday. Find a drop box if you have them in your county and take it there. If you have to go to your county courthouse, take it there. Whatever you need to do. But I would deliver it at this point.
If you have to
Yeah.
send in a bill right now to your car insurance company, and it's due on Tuesday by 8 p.m., it's not going to get there because the mail does not travel overnight. This isn't UPS or FedEx. Our regular mail is just not that fast. So please take it to your voter services office, take it to your courthouse, take it to the drop box. Do not put it in the mailbox. I just stopped a couple today that were going to put it in the mailbox. And I was like, is that your mail-in ballot? You need to take it over there to the drop box or into that office tomorrow morning. Because it was in the county I was in. I was across the street from voter services. And they were like, oh, I don't have to mail it. And I was like, no, and it's not going to make it by Tuesday.
Yeah. And that's a shame. It's a shame. And that's not, it makes it sound like I'm bashing up on, beating up on the Postal Service. I'm not. But the Postal Service has been deliberately degraded from 2016 forward. Why, among my largest, if not the largest disagreements that I have with the Biden administration is the number of Trump appointees that continue to still be employed, among which is Mr. DeJoy at the Postal Service. The head of the Social Security Administration is a Trump appointee, the man who's trying to privatize it and who has done an excellent job of now privatizing half of Medicare. But that said, my goal, I've had postal workers on this program. We've done several programs about unionization, and we've had postal workers join us for every single one of them. When the postal protesting was at its highest, we did an entire program on it. My goal here is not to beat up on postal workers. It's to tell you the truth, that despite all of their hard work and efforts and dedication to their jobs and commitments to their jobs, they still can't be trusted to get the ballots where they need to be on time. So
It's
whatever
not that,
county you
Jeff,
might
we
not
have
be
less
in,
than 48 hours.
well, whatever
Because the mail
county
does
you're
not
in,
run on Sundays.
yeah, it's not
It
going to
is
go.
less than 48 hours, and
Not
that's
gonna go.
just not enough turnaround time.
Get to a drop box, get to your county elections office, or John very kindly says in the chat, and he's right, you can surrender your mail-in and vote in person. So you really do have three options.
The entire thing.
But
Every
whatever,
envelope,
every piece of it, every
piece.
envelope, the instructions, the whole, your firstborn, a blood sample, a retina scan, the whole.
And then you will complete a provisional ballot.
Right. The only thing about
Your vote
provisionals,
will be the absolute last thing counted.
that's right. That's
After
why
all
you
of
don't,
the in-person, all of the mail-in.
that's
Then,
why
when
you
they're
don't
sure
want to
you
vote
hadn't already voted,
provisionally.
you'll vote provisional. They'll count your provisional ballots.
And that's why you don't want to be relegated, to borrow a soccer term, if you will, to voting provisionally. Provisional ballots are they are the last ballots to be counted. If there is a runaway election or an unopposed election, those provisional ballots never get touched. They simply don't get counted. And even if you were to, I'll tell you a story in a little bit. That's why I'm pushing you. If you have a mail-in ballot, get it to a drop box, get it to your county office, get it handed in. John is right. You can surrender that ballot and vote in person, but not on the machines. You'll vote on a paper provisional ballot, and it will only be counted if it's needed. And
We
that's
only have paper ballots. We don't have machines.
Well, you do. We have really, really expensive, fancy hackable machines here in Northampton.
Yeah, we are all paper, and people here in Lycoming County don't really realize that it's all.
We wasted lots of money on machines here in Northampton.
Well, here some of the people here in Lycoming County who have bought into the nonsense and the lies think that we have machines that are stealing our election, but we don't have machines. We have paper ballots.
Mm-hmm.
We fill in with pen, not pencil.
Hey, listen. The Republic of
Keep that in
Ireland.
mind, people. If you're on a paper ballot, it's paper. Nobody's hacking your piece of paper.
The Republic of Ireland and State of Israel did full electronic elections for one cycle and realized that the machines crap and they were not secure and threw them all out. The Republic of Ireland actually sold them for scrap. They used them for one election cycle. They've gone back to complete full paper ballot, full paper. Now, the United States obviously is a lot larger than the Republic. A combination of machinery and hand count, in my personal opinion, the easiest thing is the ones that look like standardized tests that we all took in school. Number 2, pencil, fill in the dot. It gets
Pen.
red and you're
No
good.
pencil. No
So
pencil.
that, well, in your county, they're in number
No,
2.
no. We should never fill out a ballot with a pencil, ever. Especially after what happened in Lehigh 2 years ago.
Well,
No
everything in
pencil.
Lehigh. Yeah.
No
Well,
pencil.
they're going to sue in Lehigh no matter what. If the sun comes up, they're going to sue in Lehigh because there's lots of black and brown people there. So we don't like anything that they do
No. I mean, with the election official sitting there filling in ballots.
for people. Yeah.
Like,
That was
okay, if you have
for-
to fill it in with a pen, at least you know your choice is in a pen
Yeah.
and no one is erasing it and filling in another oval. If you have a pencil, super simple. Erase, rechange,
No.
go. No pencils. Make it permanent. We could go with Trump's favorite, the Sharpie.
6:45 Eastern time. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 6th of November, 2022. Wherever you might be on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. If you would like to be part of the chat, please feel free to come over and do that. Any of the other 100 places that we have shared the show, stay, enjoy, listen in the background if you're getting ready for school tomorrow, it's 6:45, having a late dinner, getting ready for Sunday night football, whatever it might be. Stay right there, enjoy. If you want to chat, ask questions, engage myself and my guests, please come to the home group Facebook page. I will try to peek in on the other announcements to see, or not announcements, but notifications to see if I've missed anything from any of you any other groups. But that other side of information is our home group Facebook page, hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, the Tune In radio app. You can listen on any sort of device, including any Bluetooth device, pods, a speaker, and so on. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And don't forget, coming up immediately after us, immediately if I blabber until 9 o'clock, but coming up at 9 o'clock on hot101.net is Sergeant Mac Thomas Bishop. The Villain's View comes up at 9 p.m. following me right here on that other side of information on hot101.net as well, both the Facebook page and the radio, of course. And of course, TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster, PA. I'm going to keep an eye on your screens, folks, and I will let you know soon. We will open up the phone lines. You can talk to the ladies, talk to me. I would talk to the ladies. I talk all the time. So talk to the ladies, but we'll open up the phone line here in just a few minutes. And you can be heard as well.
Can I pause you a second?
Of course.
What do you mean, like Mac is going to be on at 9?
He has his own show. He follows us at 9 o'clock. He got his own show.
I want to be on a show with Mac.
He got his own show out of ours, as he damn
awesome.
well should have. As he damn well should have. He didn't do it. He didn't do it because of anything I did for him. He did it because he deserved it. So his show comes up immediately after ours on hot101.net and on our group Facebook page. That other side of information, we share it here as well. And if you want to visit Sergeant Mac's Facebook presence, it is called Ghost Claw Productions. Ghost Claw Productions. That is his Facebook page. You can find the show there. You'll find it at that other side of information. And the audio, you'll also find it on the two hot101.net Facebook pages, the public and the private. And of course, you listen to the audio at hot101.net. And he comes up immediately after us at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure anybody has forgotten to change their clocks yet. We've gone through an entire day. However, if you are not sure, it is 6:48 Eastern Standard Time. Very interesting little note. Mexico. The United States of Mexico, by the way, is the full name of the country if you never knew that, but it is true. It's the United States of Mexico. Just passed legislation through their parliament to eliminate the time change. They are going to go with permanent standard time. No more time changing for them. And actual multiple studies show that standard time is better for people. The time changes seem to screw up sleeping patterns and so on, things like that. Time changes, I think, go back to we're more of an agrarian culture. We are not anymore. But all of that said, just an interesting little tidbit that Mexico did away with changing time. No more daylight savings time in Mexico. Standard all year round. So Jackie Baker and Amanda Waldman are with us. I'm still expecting Robert Zeigler, and then anyone else who wants to drop in for the remainder of the program. As long as the conversation is going on, we will be here. We can take you straight up until 9 p.m. When Sergeant Matt comes along. I will put the phone number on the screen. And Amanda, I was going to ask you, you said gas prices was the number one thing that you're still hearing. What else are you hearing? And how have you been? It's been a violent campaign season. Let's just be blunt. But not for you. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that you haven't received the threats and the just the dirtier side of it that comes with it? Why do you think that is?
I say I haven't received any because there's a specific group that I'm not going to name.
Nor should you.
But they've been saying the same thing to me for 2 years now. So I mean, it's nothing new. It's still disturbing. I think it hasn't come to fruition because, in case anyone out there doesn't know, I am also a gun owner, and I will challenge you $50 that I'm a better shot, unless of course you were a sniper or a marksman in the military, because then you got me. Yeah, so out here, I don't know why people aren't as violent. I'm thinking it's just kind of our rural nature here, specifically, at least in my section of the district. We're old school rural kids. Our system of values, the way we were raised, the way we discipline our own kids, everything is kind of completely different here. I can't say it's completely different because it's the culture I know. It's not the culture that I know. I don't know what other people's upbringing is or how they are with their kids. I just know here that we are so focused on responsibility, personal responsibility, and manners and respect. So yeah, we might get into a mouth battle with each other, but we're not really any more violent than that for the most part. At least I haven't come across those people. I've actually come across people who from all parties that they just want to talk. Some come up angrily because they're angry. I don't blame them. I'm running because I got angry 2 years ago. I'm still angry. They need to be heard just like we need to be heard, and I'm willing to listen to everyone. So that could be it too.
Ladies, there's a question in the chat from John. Probably more so for you, Jackie, as a state level candidate. Amanda, of course, is a federal level, he tried to say, candidate, but of course you're obviously welcome. You're obviously welcome to speak on the topic. How does now John addressed this to Amanda, but Jackie, you were the state level candidate here. How does Amanda feel about cutting the gas tax at least by 50% or maybe even more?
Oh, I think that if you elect Jackie Baker, that's going to happen, because you know what Jackie Baker's opponent did? Jackie Baker's opponent voted in favor of that very gas tax. My opponent.
Let me play devil's advocate.
Huh?
Let me play devil's advocate, Jackie. Is the gas tax in and of itself the problem? Or is it the fact that we give the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania gives nearly $4 billion to the fossil fuel industry, and we're still paying the prices that we're paying? Or does it come down to the fact that most Pennsylvanians don't understand the fact that the natural gas being fracked out of the Marcellus area is not for your car, and that it's being shipped out of state for free, no taxes, and shipped overseas? The gas tax isn't the problem.
Oh, it's no, it's still a problem.
It's damn high. Why are we giving away? It's $4 billion in the Commonwealth, $550 billion nationally. Senator Sanders will tell you it's more like $800 billion, and nearly $5 trillion globally. in subsidies to the fossil fuel industry when they are recording historic, globally high net profits. Windfall profits tax, they're doing it in the United Kingdom. Collecting an extra excise tax, a windfall profits tax on the fossil fuel industry and giving the money back to citizens so they can pay for the same damn oil. Maybe it's time to stop subsidizing the fossil fuel industry. Is the gas tax really the problem?
That's right. Let's be real. Like, this is a commonwealth. Everything in that ground belongs to every one of us living here. That is our natural resource. The Marcellus gas shale, that belongs to us. We should be the ones calling the shots. We should demand that they are paying their taxes. They use our roads. The roads are destroyed because of the industry. They're using our workers, our environment. Everything is being affected, and they don't pay anything. And how are we going to fix our roads? How are we going to fix our bridges? How are we going to take care of Pennsylvanians when we're the only state that doesn't tax a severance tax? This is ridiculous. They get away with it because they're in the pockets of the career politicians. Those are the politicians who take money from the gas industries. And they let the gas industries get away with not paying taxes. And then we hurt. We're the ones feeling it. The gas tax was supposed to go to fixing the infrastructure. And then it never did go fully to fixing the infrastructure. They swapped it out. So if you want to know what our infrastructure looks like, come to Susquehanna County. Come see what it looks like. Come ride these roads every day, following big tanker trucks, moving gas, moving residual waste, moving water that they take out of the river. Come check it out. Why aren't those companies paying to fix that infrastructure that they are running on 24 hours a day? Or when the concrete pads give way. In Pennsylvania, how long does concrete last? If we don't take care of those wells, more problems.
Not as long as it should.
But we need that
It's
tax
heavy.
money now so that we can fix the problems that come along the way with having this industry here. It's okay to tax them, to pay for what they're using, because it belongs to us, Pennsylvanians. It's a commonwealth. You take it out of there, then you need to pay. It belongs to us. They need to remember that. This is a commonwealth. They need to pay their fair share. And it won't fall onto us, the working families, the seniors, the farmers. I live here in farmland. I live here in frack land. It's both. Our farmers need to be taken care of. We need to invest in everything. And where do we get that money? From the industries that work here and make money from here and make record profits right now.
I want to ask you about something. I think I asked you about this when you visited us the first time, and I'd be happy to ask Amanda about it as well. Democrats are very often decried. We're labeled. We're scared. It's a scare tactic. We're labeled as socialists. One of the most, when really the simplest definition of socialism is when we all chip in to pay for something that we cannot provide for ourselves, like schools, fire departments, police departments, roads, water systems, electrical systems, libraries, parks. State of Alaska gives away a dividend check every single year. They take oil profits and divide it for every man, woman, and child in the state. And every one of them gets a check. It's their oil dividend check. Every resident of Alaska gets one. Sounds like socialism to me, and it is, and I approve. Why doesn't Pennsylvania do that? Why aren't we taxing what's coming out from right under our own feet? The wealth that's being sucked out from under us, quite literally, from under our own feet. And we give a dividend check to every man, woman, and child inside the Commonwealth.
If anyone should be getting it, it should be us. It's That's what I don't think people understand, that we are a commonwealth. There's only 4 commonwealths in the entire United States. We are one. Massachusetts, Kentucky, Virginia, Pennsylvania. That belongs to us. We should be getting that. We should be getting our roads paid for, not out of our pockets.
Amanda?
So I am not one that jumps on the severance tax bandwagon for use for anything other than to go into a till so that we can clean up the environmental damage after all this is done. So right now, the gas companies are going to tell you, people who sign a lease, we all get a dividend. We all get some of this money. As a lease owner myself, I can tell you, I get $20 to $80 every 3 months from my gas. We're not making anything. My roads are still crap. A lot of my neighbors, they've actually had the state put up signs that the trucking, the transport and haulers and everything aren't even allowed on their roads because they've done so much damage. They fly down the roads. They put all of our kids in danger, our pets in danger, our entire way of life in danger. We just had another spill in the Loyalsock Creek, which is, like a stone's throw from me right now. I want to see a severance tax, but I want to see it go into a pot, because otherwise the environmental damage that we face, like let's use the coal mines, for instance, the abandoned coal mines and the coal runoff, that's coming out of our pockets now. Taxpayers are paying for that cleanup. And I want to remind everyone that the impact fee for this natural gas drilling, that's what had been paying for our roads and our bridges and our repairs. And then fast forward and we have COVID and there's a shutdown. And even before that, the wells at my house were shutting down randomly because they didn't need to be operating. Once that money dried up, guess what projects were canceled or postponed indefinitely? Our roads and bridges. What just happened in Pittsburgh this spring? Bridge collapse. Gee, I wonder why that was never fixed. And while I'm not going to say PennDOT is 100% awesome all the time, those guys work hard and they do their jobs, but they have to be paid to do them. I don't expect them to work for free.
But
So if we're only using an impact fee to fund them.
But let me push back respectfully on one of the aspects of this that I was asking about. Is it time for Pennsylvania to do the same thing that Alaska is doing? For that matter, is it time for anywhere where there's fracking? Is it time for Kentucky to do it for coal mining and West Virginia? Is it time for Texas to do it for oil production? Is it time to take these profits and start paying the people of Pennsylvania a dividend?
Every state's going to have to make that own determination for their people. Yeah, I'm running for a federal level seat, but I'm only running for the 12 counties in my district at the federal level. I don't feel that we should use a severance tax. Yes, I think we absolutely should impose one, but I think that it should be used for future cleanup, because this industry, just like every single fossil fuel industry we have, will eventually stop producing. And we need to be prepared for the fallout when it does. Yes, I was a Yang supporter. Proud Yang ganger right here. He's kind of gone a little, and I'm going to be polite, a little off. Andrew Yang, if you happen to see this, come back.
Yeah, come back to us. Come back to us.
Come back down to earth a little bit, just a little closer. I'm worried that, MTG's space laser is going to pick you up. But yes, I support universal basic income and a dividend. And that is to address the automation, because all of our jobs are going towards automation. He was also correct on that. And as Elizabeth Warren found out Andrew Yang actually does have all the data on that. It's all out there. It's all in these wonderful packaged plans and bills and policies. We need to start taking care of the people in everything we do. It's not just about the fossil fuels. We really need to start taking care of the people, because if the people on Main Street can afford to go to their local restaurant, to their mom and pop grocer, we can keep our main streets in business, but only if we have the money to do so. Unfortunately, Jeff, it's going to be my last question, at least for now. I have
Fair
to
enough.
pop off.
Where do people find you real quick before you go online?
Waldman, the number 4pa.com. You can find me on Facebook at Waldman, the number 4pa. And you can find me on Twitter at Waldman, the number 4pa.
And driving. We
Kept
can
it
find you
simple.
driving.
You can find me, yes, I will be driving.
You're gonna find you
everywhere.
driving everywhere.
Election
Right up
day,
until
I
8
have a
p.m.
total
on
of
Tuesday.
12 counties. On election day, I'll be in 10 of them. If any of your listeners find themselves in Lycoming County election night, we will be at the James Restaurant from 9 to 11 p.m. Just chilling, hanging out, because regardless of how election day turns out, there is one thing we all get to do that are people residents of the former 12th district. We get to have a going away party for Congressman Fred Keller. Bye, Freddie boy. I'm so excited. I have a cake that says just that. Bye, Freddie boy. I really hope the congressman can hear that.
Nice. Stay
I might
safe. We'll
poke
talk
there
soon.
in my spare time.
Stay safe. We'll talk soon. We'll be rooting for you.
My dog agrees
And
with-
elect,
my
elect
doggy
better
agrees
Baker,
with
by
you.
the way. Elect the better Baker.
Elect Amanda Waldman. She's badass.
7:06 Eastern
Good night,
time.
all.
Amanda, stay safe. We'll talk soon. And we'll be rooting
Bye.
for you.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm gonna head too, Jeff.
All right. Go get
My
him, kid.
my dog is ready. If you didn't notice, he's
Oh, gotcha.
giving me it's like bedtime for him. You know, it's 8
I thought
o'clock.
he just wanted to say hi.
Come here, Smoke. Come
I
on.
thought he just wanted to say hi. I love when
hi.
the furry kids come on. I love it.
I don't know. He's being crazy.
Look, it's just that we're at our homes, that's all part of it. So yeah, there he goes. Now he's telling you, Mom, I gotta go outside.
Yeah.
All right, where do we find you, Jackie? How do people find you?
You can find me at JackieBaker4PA.org. That's JACKIE Baker, and the word FOR.org. Facebook, Jackie Baker 4PA. Anywhere on social media.
Thank you again, Jackie.
Yep. Thank you.
Stay safe out there. We'll talk soon.
All righty. Will do. You too.
7:07 Eastern time. That's Amanda Waldman and Jackie Baker. Amanda running for the United States House of Representatives in the 15th Congressional District, a big district. Her opponent is the incumbent Republican Dan Muser, someone who voted, by the way, to decertify the election. We didn't even get into the insurrection, but he voted to decertify. And Jackie Baker running for the Pennsylvania State Senate in the 20th District. The fun thing, if you will, about Jackie's race is that she is running against the Republican incumbent, Lisa Baker. So neat little thing there. One way or another, a Baker is going to be victorious on election day. I'm hoping that you will make it Jackie and not Lisa. But it's interesting. It's kind of funny. I guess it has been a tiny bit confusing for folks up there, and I can understand that, to be honest with you, but it's kind of it's just a quirky, weird little thing. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't, change things. It's not the first time in the history of this United States that it's happened. It's just a quirky, weird little thing. So Jackie Baker is the Democratic nominee for the Pennsylvania State Senate in the 20th. She is running to unseat the Republican incumbent Lisa Baker. 7:09 Eastern time here on the Kennedy Effect. We are live for the 6th of November, 2022. The end of the 2022 election cycle is Tuesday, of course, whenever your polls close, wherever you might be across the United States of America. Here in Pennsylvania, polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern time. They open at 7 and close at 8 p.m. Eastern time. However it is that you need to go vote, by God, please go vote. There are also ride shares. Churches will do ride shares. The Red Cross sometimes does ride shares. Call a family member if you need to. Church groups do them to give you a ride to the polls if you need it. If you have a mail-in ballot, please, I would strongly, strongly encourage you to take that mail-in ballot to an authorized legal drop box or straight to your county elections office. As John mentioned in the chat, it gets a little muddied and a little complicated, but you can surrender your mail-in ballot at your polling place. You have to surrender everything, every envelope, the envelope you received it in, everything. And then you can vote, but you are forced to vote provisionally. Those are the last ballots counted, and you want to be heard. I would like to tell you the phone line, if you're watching on Facebook, the phone line, let me do the business end. I should do the business end before I tell you a story. Wherever you might be on Facebook, any of the 100+ places we have shared the program, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We could not have a program without you. I am asking the folks who are regulars, newcomers, ever checked out this program, the members of our home group page, if there are groups that you believe should be added to my group list to continue to share this program to more and more groups, please let me know. You can also share this program yourself. If you, from whatever group that you're watching, share button should be there. Please feel free to share it wherever you think it's appropriate. Friends, family, other groups, other pages, wherever you find it appropriate to do so. It is one of the lifebloods of our, I think I said that right, of our program is word of mouth, spreading it out there. We don't have advertisers. I do not advertise. So that's how we need you to spread the word of the program. Randall is on the line, and we'll get to him in just a second. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store. Tell Alexa to play Hot101.net on any kind of device that you can think of, Bluetooth speaker, Bluetooth it in the car, and so on. And of course, you can always check out the Facebook pages for Hot101.net and actually watch the DJs spin their magic. And TCP, the Cultured Professional, we're proud to be part of the TCP family. I'd like to say that we have a three-legged stool here, Facebook, Hot 101, and TCP, and we're proud to be part of that. Oh, Randall hit the hang up button. Oh, he'll call back. I know he will. I didn't do that, Randall. Don't yell at me, brother. I didn't do that. I think he hit the hang up button. It happens when you have a video screen. All you got to do is tap the wrong thing. And TCP, so check that out as well. Phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. You can call and be part of the program. The comments have been flying, and I'm very, very grateful for that. This is supposed to be an interactive program. You're welcome to call us as well. Just a brief explanation for new and or newer folks. I use a very simple and free piece of software called Google Voice. It allows you to call in and allows everyone across Facebook, 101 and TCP to hear you. But we can only take one call at a time. If you do try to call us and someone is already on that phone line, please don't give up. Keep trying to call. If it were up to me, I would have guests for maybe no more than half an hour to clip, and it would be you and I on the phones for every 4-hour show. So please feel free to call us, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 227-9189. Next week on the program, I should mention, if you have missed any of our live program tonight, and any night that we are on live. If you have not been here straight from 5 p.m., and why haven't you been? My goodness, it's only 4 hours. You can give me 4 whole hours a week. I'm kidding. I understand it doesn't work that way. But if you did miss any of our program, if you would like to see the program in its entirety, you can go. Best place to go is our YouTube channel, youtube.com/that other side of information. That other side of information. You can, George will do his technical magic. He will take this video, turn it into a YouTube format, and it will be there for you to access probably by Wednesday or sooner. Kind of depends on what's up with George. He has a life of his own. I don't pay him anything. So every time he helps me do anything, it's entirely because out of the kindness of his heart and out of our friendship. So I can't beat him up to do it. And I won't, and we never would anyway. That's beside the point. But I'm just saying that it won't be up probably immediately after we're done here, but it should be, relatively soon. There's a video conversion process that has to happen. The style of video or something, it's a very technical thing that I don't understand. George can, do it in his sleep. The video sort of type of video, style of video that Facebook uses is not exactly the same as YouTube, so it has to go through a conversion process. But that's kind of in the weeds a bit. But 2 stories that I want to tell you. I have told this story before on this program, and I will bore you with it yet again. I was taken to vote by my father, my late father. Well, now late father. Clearly he wasn't at the time. He took me to vote for the very first time. I want to say I might have been as early as 5 years old. Might have been a little older. When you're that age, your memory's not always, you don't always remember everything that happened to you when you're super young, right? So he took me, we went through the whole process. Why don't I put it that way? In New Jersey, you receive a sample ballot for every election, primary and general. Every time there's an election, you get a sample ballot. And the sample ballot is made to look as close to the actual ballot that you will see on election day as possible. In fact, it's usually identical. I think now that voting machines, video touchscreen voting machines have come into play, sometimes that format can change a little bit. But when I was a kid, it was exact. So what you had on a sample ballot is exactly what you would see when you went in the voting booth on election day. Again, this is prior to mail-in and all that. This would have been back in the 70s, early 70s. And I remember when the sample ballot came to the house in the post, that he sat me down at the kitchen table and he unfolded it, and it was massive. I mean, it was like a map. It was a very large piece of paper, folded in a very intricate ways. And he took me through every office and every ballot question. And he would say, okay, we have so-and-so and so-and-so. Now, I didn't know anything about the candidates. I do think he was irritated that I seemed to be picking mostly Democrats. But he's, we did it together. When we got the ballot questions, I said, well, I don't know what the question means. You flip over the sample ballot and there was explainers. There was some technical language, and then what was called the, not the street language, but it was an interpretive statement, I think is what it was called. Interpretive statement. Here's how here's what the legalese is in English, right? That's all the legal stuff. Here's what it means in just plain English. And so we would do the ballot questions. And then election day came, and he grabbed the sample ballot and said, we're going to go vote. And he took me with him. And you were allowed to bring your sample ballot with you. You couldn't wear anything partisan. You couldn't wear buttons or t-shirts or anything for candidates, but you could bring your sample ballot. And so we did, and we went to the polling place, and all of the good folks at the polling place, and I'm sure all of you around the country and probably around the world have seen this, that you know, the only time you see these folks is every time you vote, but you do see them every time you vote, and they recognize you and you recognize them. It's one of the very special things about our elections here in the United States, is that you know your poll workers and they know you. And so he knew everyone that was working the polls. And they thought it was really neat that I was there, and I didn't know what was happening. I just kind of stood there in silence. And he signed into the book and he was given a ballot. And I believe at that point, New Jersey was using punch ballots. I'm almost certain of that. But again, my memory is I was young, and I haven't been young for a very long time. And so he opened up the sample ballot. Well, he inserted the card, opened up the sample ballot. And he said, okay, now, do you see how this matches? Yes, I see it. So now what we got to do, we got to go down and down and down. Now, we didn't do all the candidates together that night at the kitchen table because I didn't know who they were. But we did spend a lot of time on the questions. So we punched in for the questions, and then he went down. And I don't remember if that was a presidential year. I don't remember what year it was. I want to say it was probably either 74, 76. Because I would have been 5 years old or 7 years old. So it's probably one of those two. Actually, in that time, municipal and school board elections were actually held in April of an odd year in New Jersey. So there was that. But so we were there, and he went through and he said, okay, we're done. And I remember saying to him, Pop, you're not done. He said, well, why aren't we done? I said, well, you left, there was this office here, the two names that are there, you didn't pick anybody. And he leaned over to me and he said, that's because neither one of them deserved my vote. And that's when he said to me, look, you never not vote. It is your civic duty to come here and vote. It takes a whopping 20 minutes a year. It's the least you can do. So I said, okay, but you didn't vote. You left those blank. You did not vote there. And he said, oh, yes, I did. That is my vote, because neither one of them deserve it. He said, and he told me, and he bent over and got right in my face. He said, you come here and you claim that ballot, even if you leave it blank, even if you don't vote for anybody, if you don't think any of them deserve your vote, if you don't think any of the ballot questions are even worthy of being ballot questions, you come here and you claim that ballot because it's yours and because generations of Americans fought for you to do such a thing. And your non-vote, if you claim the ballot, not by staying home, he never said stay home, never. But he said, even you claim that ballot, and if you leave it blank, that is your vote. If you decide not to pick any of these two major candidates, you are making a vote by saying neither one of you deserve it. But bond issues, ballot questions, all that stuff, he made it abundantly clear to me. You must vote. And I've done it. I have only missed a handful of elections in my time. I think one because I was traveling unexpectedly. I was literally called out of the country, out of my control. Other primaries, I have sometimes skipped some primaries because all of the offices are unopposed. You know who the nominees are going to be. So usually some of them, I will admit, I've kind of skipped over. There's only so many races. there's only one candidate running in the two major parties. You know who the nominees are going to be. Some of those sometimes I have in my life, but the number of elections I think I've missed entirely in my life, I'm not sure I could even count them on one hand. He made it so clear to me how important, how very, very, very important it was to vote. And so I've spent so much time during this program imploring you, begging you to vote on Tuesday. Or if you still have that mail-in ballot sitting on your table, please, please finish it and get it where it needs to be. Not just mail-in ballots here in PA either. They do full mail-in balloting, mail-in voting in I think Maine, Oregon, Washington, or if you're an absentee in any of the 50 states, wherever, get it in. It's your voice. Use your voice. Your vote is your voice. You deserve to be heard. So, damn it, be heard. Be heard. Don't waste it. They wouldn't try to take it from you. If your vote was so meaningless, they wouldn't try to take it from you. So use it. So I mentioned to you that we are going to, that we were having a kind of a drop-in session tonight. We're very lucky to have a new guest. We were very lucky to have Jackie and Amanda join us earlier. They have joined the program in the past, and now a new guest, and that is Fern Laird. I will allow Fern to tell you who she is, partly because I'm blanking on the number of House districts she's running for. So I will not make myself look stupid. I will let her explain it. But Fern, welcome. Actually, Fern, I will also say, has been a listener and watcher of the program for a while, because I always see the names pop up. I'm pointing here to my iPad that you can't see, and I see the folks coming in and out of the room. And Fern has been kind enough to be part of the program as a viewer listener for quite a number of months now, and she has finally taken me up on the invitation to be here late on a Sunday. And actually, probably by 7:30-ish on a Sunday, that's probably done about as much as you can do before you start ticking people off with your texts and phone calls and door knocks. So she is here, probably done for the day, I would assume, and happy, or at least kind enough to join us for a couple of minutes, or at least however long she wants to stay. Fern Laird, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me back, since this is the second time on your show.
Is it second? Is it second?
Oh, it's been a
Oh.
long time. I was here.
Oh, maybe it was. Oh, way back in April, I think it was.
No, May. It was the Sunday before the primary.
Before the primary, right? Oh
Yeah.
gosh, yes.
It's every Sunday before an election.
Yeah.
Something a pattern, but yes, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I am running for House District 120. I'm
Well,
the
remind the folks, it's been a while since May. Who is Fern Laird, and how did you get here?
Well, I signed on the internet, Jeff. Okay, I am Fern Laird. I am the Democratic nominee for Pennsylvania's 120th House District. And when I saw that no one was going to challenge the Republican incumbent, I ran a write-in race that nobody thought I would win. And I did. He did try to get the Democratic nomination. Pennsylvania does allow you to do that, and he lost. So I'm just working to beat him a second time. I have twin boys, both of whom were born with a rare disease, Milroy's disease, and this is how I fell into politics. First, the doctors told me there was no treatment plan. And then I learned that there was. I just wouldn't believe them. So I hit the ground running and I found one, and then I hit an insurance wall. One of the main components of their care is not covered. And there was a bill about to be introduced into Congress that would remedy that for Medicare patients. And oftentimes when Medicare will cover something, it trickles down to other insurances. So I, not knowing anything about politics, never even had voted before. I was 26. It's embarrassing, but that's the truth. I went down to DC and I started advocating for it. I started meeting in congressional offices, and 10 years later, we're still trying to pass that same bill. But I took my knowledge that I've gained and learned the ins and outs of the system down there. And it's pretty basically the same, I should say, in Pennsylvania. It's just like carbon copy, a couple of nuanced differences. So So it just flipping the switch. I'm going from activist to politician. It's not fun. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but it is important. I am running against a guy who signed off on that amicus brief for Texas to, tell us how to run our elections. And I'm not okay with anyone telling me that my vote doesn't matter. I'm not okay with anybody throwing out any votes, let alone the millions that he tried to. Since I got the nomination, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. Since I earned the nomination through write-in ballots, write-in votes, Bivens was overturned, Roe was overturned, and this has become probably one of the most important things that I will ever do because I am running against a pro-life candidate.
Self-described.
Self-described, absolutely. Yes, I can send you links to video. So
Self-described pro-life.
yeah, that's not something
Yeah.
I, and that's not something I'm assuming. That is something that he was at one point very proud of. He downplays it now, but too late. He's been doing it for 8 years. He did promise term limits, said he would 8 years in the House and that's it. And I think that his plan at the time, even though he didn't say it, I mean, this is an assumption, would be that he would move on to the Senate. But the woman in our Senate now, who I hope is ousted by Jackie Baker, she has a stronghold in the Republican Party. He would never have beat her in a primary. So I think that's why he's continuing on. I don't really believe politicians when they tell us that they're going to do their self-term limits anyway. And besides, if you're leaving one office and going to another, does it really count? Technicalities are great, I guess, but
Semantics, right? Bit of a semantical argument.
so
Yeah.
So we're holding him accountable to that. I'm holding him to that promise. And he will see on Tuesday. Actually, whatever day it is, I don't know. I had to wait a really long time for the last one, and I'm willing to wait for this one too.
Well, let's do a little basics first, if I might.
Sure.
What is the geography of the 120th? If folks are not familiar with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for our listeners around the country and around the globe, roughly speaking, what is the 120th? Where is it?
Is in Luzerne County. Yeah, that one. Sorry about that. I am in Dallas Township. I was just mapped into this district. Where I am at, it is a rural area. We have farms. Okay.
No, go ahead. It's me.
I have 2 phones, so they're always going off, and I don't know, like my personal line and then my campaign line, because one I ignore, sorry family, and the other one I make sure I answer. But my boys are not here, so I'm on standby. Thank my brother. My brother was gracious enough to take them for me so I can be here without interruption. Because like I said, I have 11-year-old twin boys.
Well,
Constant interruption. Anyway, the district is made up of, I would call it suburban, urban, and a little with a touch of rural. Like I'm out in the boonies. In fact, I almost got hit by 2 deer today.
it's that time of year.
Yeah. But less than 10 miles from here, I can be right in the heart of Wilkes-Barre. Which is not in the district, but I'm sure people have heard of the Scranton Wilkes-Barre area, or if not, then that's where you're going to find the map.
Right.
Yeah, I'm by there. Find Wilkes-Barre on the map, and then go a little bit to the left. Yes, John, I really wish that it would be. I love venison, and I know a lot of hunters, they never share. They don't share. I can't even call them selfish because I don't know that I would, but I'm not going to hunt. But I wish more of them would.
We do have our loyal might be loyalist, although I hate doing that, categorizing people, but he probably is our loyalist listener and caller. Randall Sampson is on the line. Randall, welcome to the program. If you have a question for Fern, please do that. I'm blanking all over the place. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Number one, I'm watching. I can't hear anything from Sam, just from you, Jeff, over the telephone.
Okay, so we probably have voice problems again. So give me your question, and then you'll probably have to hang up. That means that we're having software problems again. So I apologize to you. But if you want to give me your question, I think she can hear you, and I will pass it on.
My question, Jeff, that I had to move my family, lose $60,000 on my former home to move out of the blast zone of the Marinry 2, 1 and 2. Pipelines carrying the residual down here to Delaware County to Marcus Hook to be, at 1400 PSI per square inch. And then going down to Marcus Hook to be put on highly armored container ships to take that product to Scotland, who has banned fracking, to Norway, which has banned fracking, that those residual products versus the primary methane, it comes in highly explosive other gas. And it's all radioactive.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the key. Oh, even the methane gas is, it's low radiation, but it's all radioactive. And all that slag and all the contaminated water from fracking that goes to municipal authorities that can't take the radiation out, that dump it into our streams and rivers to be carried down to either the Delaware River or to the Chesapeake River. It's just insanity that we just, yes, it's jobs. Yes, we are not energy undependent without the fuels. But to deny what is happening, especially here in PA, and when you had your state candidate on earlier, Jeff, and she was talking specifically about, well, we're only, there's 49 states that have severance tax.
Yes.
For after oil, except PA. And damn, Republican controlled Alaska for 40 years has done severance tax on the oil and gives a check. All 40 years have given a check to every adult citizen in Alaska. Republican controlled state.
So
doing the ultimate severance tax and giving it straight back to the people.
So what is your question for Fern?
I just want to know, Fern, where do you stand on fracking? And even more than that, where do you stand on exporting through volatile pipelines to heavily populated areas with schools, houses only 20 feet away,
Right.
where the blast zone on both sides is 1,500 feet? Where do you stand on that issue?
Oh, I hate all of it. I have been protesting the pipelines for a very long time. I was really, really happy when they axed the Keystone pipeline. We, as you probably know, are about to deal with a company called Nacero that was brought into here. My opponent actually formulated a manufacturing credit to lure them here. I'm the only candidate who is publicly against it in my area. I've been an environmentalist for a long time. I don't have all the answers. I know that we need to transition into clean energy, and it's going to take a lot of work to figure out how to do that, but I know for sure the answer is not building another one. I think we're kind of lucky in that Nacero is not a great company. They haven't broke ground on any of their projects, for which I am grateful for. And that's not going to change. I would never vote for any kind of fracking thing. I live, I'm going to say about a half a mile from a place called Pulverman, and they deal with the Marcus Shale. So, I have that in my area. I know people that work there. It is a very unsafe thing. They are sick a lot. They go through sneakers because the chemicals on the floor just burn right through them. They can't keep closed because they just burn right through them. And, you know, we're a depressed area. I think that part of it is because we do wait so long to get something in here. And then when it's something like Nacero, we're so desperate for jobs that we put it aside. And
Something that people don't realize, Fern, is that kind of, you know, some of these colorless, odorless, particulate less gases, and then you wash, you know, you hang your clothes outside and they fray and rot. And, you know, like you said, you buy a brand new pair of sneakers and suddenly the soles they get gushy and soft and they wear and they in a relatively a small amount of time. So if there's a gas that is colorless, odorless, and not made of particulates like even cigarette smoke is, which is made of ultra very fine particulates, which means matter, by the way. But yet your clothes are being eaten away, but you're being told that
it's
the
fine.
gas can't hurt you. It's perfectly fine, but it's eating solid material.
They're greenwashing us. And that's what they're doing with this. It's so-called clean carbon, and they keep referring to that because they don't want to talk about the massive amount of methane this thing is going to produce. The Clean Air Council got a hold of some data from the proposal for their the other one in Texas that they've been going to break ground on here for 10 years and haven't. It'll become the third largest air polluter in Pennsylvania. I don't want that here.
Before you joined, I spoke to Amanda Waldman and Jackie Baker about what they do in Alaska, which is every resident of Alaska gets a dividend check based on the profits of the oil companies and the oil being drained out from under them in Alaska. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania gives the fossil fuel companies a free $4 billion every year.
Oh, they're about to get
PA budget and policy has, you know, reported there's just a hair under 4 billion. And in the nearly 7 years that I've lived back here in PA since I moved back to Lehigh Valley, that's gone from 3.2 billion to 4 billion. So where does it stop? When is enough enough? What do we need to do? Is taking the subsidy away enough? Should we be charging an extraction tax like every other state and territory in the union? Should the people of Pennsylvania be getting a dividend check? When the 6th largest fossil fuel companies report over $100 billion in net profits in just 1 quarter of the year, where does it stop?
Do the size of those checks cover the cost of the medical care? Like, do they pay for the cancer treatments? I don't think they're worth it. Should we get them? Sure. Throw an excise tax on it. We might as well get something other than health problems for it, but I don't know where it stops. It needs to stop. That's the answer. It needs to stop. Where? Wherever we can stop it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have all the answers. I don't know how to fight big oil. Like, we know that our politicians are bought. And that's where it comes from. Sorry, I'm reading some of the comments.
Well, is it okay? So where do we start with that? Do we start with, would you shut down fracking now immediately? Would you start with no new lease approvals and then let it sort of take its course? Where does it start? Where does the ending of this begin? Where do we begin the end?
Stop approving new facilities, because the answer is not to build new ones. So start there. Stop building new facilities because it's not built yet. You're not taking away anybody's jobs. You're not adding to any in the healthcare. Like, just stop. Can we turn it off? I wish we could. We do need to transition away from it. We don't have a clear plan in place. We don't have any infrastructure in place to transition away from it. And we certainly can't leave our workers high and dry. I know that it's the suits at the top that are making all the calls and they're making all the money, but the people at the bottom, they have families to feed. They have to keep their kids under a roof and all of the things why we need to work. And I'm sure a lot of them are not happy where they are. And I really wish that we can mandate making all of those people at the top go work in the coal mines for a couple of years before they can have those. Maybe they wouldn't be clinging so much to their precious positions, because I don't really think that they care about the workers. I think they're just using them
Well,
Sorry.
it seems to me that the market has already decided. Cheapest electricity in the Commonwealth and in the United States right now is solar. There are about 25,000 fossil fuel jobs left in PA. There's over 100,000 green energy jobs. It seems to me that the market has spoken. I agree with you. The natural gas being sucked out of Pennsylvania is still, whether we like it or not, a transitional fuel. What about also lowering? There are people who are worried that there is going to be a diesel shortage in the United States this winter, a home heating oil, which is the same thing, by the way. Diesel basically is home heating oil shortage in the country. We don't actually drill a lot of oil out of PA, but we do a tremendous amount of natural gas, which is, of course, is also used for home heating. It seems to me that keeping all of that, what about keeping the natural gas that we take out of Pennsylvania in Pennsylvania? Is that a simpler solution? You want to drill it out from under our feet? You're going to keep it here. Can you imagine how low natural gas prices would go? Or how many, or the opposite maybe, how many drilling sites would suddenly go quiet? Is that an option to you?
I guess it depends on who takes over the legislature this year. Would I like it to be an option? I suppose it's a good place to start, anywhere that we can start to come back on it. And I'm guilty of using natural gas too. It's how I heat my house. It's how I cook my food. You know, we all have to make sacrifices. We're gonna all have to turn back a little bit. But I think as long as it's going to keep our politicians bought and the people at the top extraordinarily rich, it's not gonna happen.
What else are you hearing? What are the big issues that you've been hearing out on the trail when you're knocking doors, visiting folks, going to events, whatever it might be? What are you hearing? What's the big 1, 2, 3 things that you're hearing?
Sorry, of course it goes down the wrong tube when I'm on the air.
I do it too. I don't know what's been happening this whole summer. I've had throat problems this whole summer. I can't keep
Yeah.
going. But what are the big things that you've been seeing? You know, you knock doors or you go to a farmer's market, rally, whatever it might be. People come up to you. What do you think about? What are those like big 3 things maybe?
People are worried. People are struggling to get by. You know, inflation is one of the bigger issues we face around here. Like I said, we are a depressed area. You know, not a lot of jobs to go around, and the ones that do go around don't pay very well. So that's one of the things that needs to be addressed. So our local economy could be doing better. Our legislature does kind of fail to support local businesses. And I think that if we did support them, our local economy would be doing a lot better, especially our farmers. We do have a number of them here. But factory farming has taken over everything. So we're killing our small farms too. It's like Walmart for agriculture. Reproductive rights. I mean, that's going to be all over the country. People are very, very concerned about it. We know that Mastriano is a threat. Equality as well. As you probably know, that a lot of the LGBT protections that are in place here are done via executive order. And, you know, we've been lucky that every governor has kept them in place since they were first put in place. And I think Mastriano would not hesitate to revoke them. So
Do you think people really get that? Do they understand how serious this is, and how, at least in my opinion, I think in a lot of other folks' opinion as well, it's not, if you will, just an abortion issue. It's a bodily autonomy. It's a bodily freedom issue.
Well, it's a privacy issue. I mean, I've stated many times that it's none of my business. And that's what the Supreme Court took away. Like, it was decided that it was covered under the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, so protected by privacy. And then they took that out of the hands of us and gave it to 50 different legislative bodies and called it less government. And not for nothing, they're unstable bodies. Like, we're going to put them in the hands of a legislature that changes members every 2 years. We never know what's going to happen with it. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to us. I don't know. The people who are concerned about it absolutely know, you know, that it is our right, that it's going to do more harm than good. And we've seen that. We've seen the stories across the country, what's happening to women who are in medical distress. And there's nothing that they can do except jump to another state. Places like Pennsylvania, where we do still have it in place, we were already having a problem. We have very, very few reproductive clinics in the Commonwealth. And if you can't afford to travel to one of them, you don't have the option. You can choose, but you don't have the option to choose that particular. Anyway, so now we have Ohio next door that has banned it, and we have West Virginia also next door. So the women who are lucky enough to travel will come here, and we already don't have enough resources for the women who need it here. So they're going to travel out of state and go through our crazy rules just to not get the service anyway. It's a very big concern here in the Northeast. I believe they can go to Maryland and New Jersey too. I would have to look into that. I'm not really
Yes. New Jersey has made itself
good.
an abortion sanctuary state. Governor Phil Murphy and the legislature did that within, I think, about 2 weeks after the Dobbs decision. That women who travel to New Jersey for abortion services will not be tracked, recorded. If they are sought after by their home states for criminality, New Jersey will not cooperate, comply, extradite, any of that. And that if the women actually need financial help, they will provide it.
Good.
And New
Good.
Jersey's just, I don't have to tell you, right border state with ours. How much could we learn from New Jersey? And if you don't want to answer that, you don't have to, but how much could Pennsylvania learn from New Jersey? By God.
Well, there's always room for improvement, right? And that goes anywhere. I think, you know, another issue that we should be looking at or focusing on is that everything now that is protected under the due process clause is on the table. Roe was just the first domino to fall. And if we don't stand up to stop it, we're going to lose a heck of a lot more. You know, we're going to take away women's rights first. Well, okay, yeah, that's about power. And then what? What are we going? We're not going to do them backwards. We started in the middle, but what, contraception will be next? I think that they're already going for that. Gay marriage, that's on the line. Interracial marriage, that is also on the line.
Same-sex adoptions, I think, are going to be on the line.
Lawrence v. Texas, that is a sexual deviance case. So who and how we have sex, that's on the line. And if, you know, I know
And
that
certainly any of the further progress that we were hoping to make, including there are still places in the country where same-sex marriages are not, do not have the same equality, if you will, as like inheritance of property or the same financial, I don't know if there are always advantages, that same-sex, that heterosexual couples have in marriage. There are still places where same-sex couples do not have that. And that further progress that needs to be made is not going to be made when women can't even have any control over their own bodies. What about the argument? I've had this discussion with many, many different Republicans, and I'm always shocked at the fact that they have no answer for it. Why is abortion even a governmental issue? It would seem to me, if you are a true small government conservative, that the last thing you would want is government deciding what your mother, sister, wife, aunt, daughter, niece, fill in the blank, does with her body. If you want government out of your home and out of your bedroom, and if you want government to not have any say into how many hundreds of guns you have in your attic, then why would you want government to tell any female in your circle, in your life, what she can do with her own body?
money. It's a fundraising machine. They know that it's going to rile up their base. They're going to pull on the heartstrings, and they're going to, you know, they're murdering babies. That's what they're doing. And goodness, we can't have that. That sounds absolutely awful. And it would be if that's what was happening. And that's what it is. I was one of those people who was naive enough to believe that they would never overturn it because Roe was their biggest moneymaker. So yeah, there's your answer. And of course the Republicans aren't going to tell you that.
Do you think that to a point the dog caught the car?
Yeah.
That the real avid anti-abortionists have said, okay, and we won that one and see you guys later, and went home.
Pretty much.
I think there's a measurable number of that as well. And I get a lot of pushback on that from folks that say, no, you're wrong. They're still out here. They're still doing.
Well, some of them went home. I mean, you're always gonna have people hanging on because, you know, even since Roe, there's been activists and advocates saying, you know, you need to codify this, you need to codify this, you need to codify this. It's just a court decision, like, and everybody just, you know, I forget what they called it. Oh, I forget what the name of them. I don't know. They called us nuts. We'll just say that. I'm sorry. The word I would like to use is escaping me right now, and I'm not going to spend a long time trying to think of it.
It'll come to you when you're least thinking about it.
Yes. I promise you, if I'm still on the air, I'll blurt it out no matter what you're saying. So there are going to be people on the other side of it, like, oh, cool, you know, it's gone now. We need to make sure that they keep it gone. So that's absolutely going to happen. That's absolutely happening. I'm sure of it. I can't cite anything specific right now, but why wouldn't they? They worked really, really hard. I mean, they knew forever that it was just a court decision and they were just waiting. They're patient. They're very, very patient. It's a skill that they have that we lack. It took 50 years, but they did it.
Just a note to the audience. Randall was kind enough to call in. I encourage you all to continue to call in. Randall described to me an issue with the phone software because it wouldn't be a day in the week that ends in DAY if I wasn't having some kind of phone issue. I ran an update on Zoom before we started the program, and I have a feeling that's what screwed everything up. So I know Randall could hear me. I know Fern could hear Randall, but Randall could not hear Fern. So what we can do with the phones until I can figure this out, again, I already changed a setting. I don't know if I fixed it. I was scrolling through my phone looking for a picture I took of the setting that I needed, and now I can't find it. So that's it. You can still call. Fern will hear you, will hear your questions. I will hear you, hear your questions. If you cannot hear her, ask your question, hang up, and you'll get an answer. But the phone line remains open. It is up to you all if you decide to try. If you would like to put your questions in the chat, I will see them and I will ask them. As always, the chat is open to you. We are entering our final hour of the program. It is just nearly 8 o'clock. Entering our fourth hour, our final hour of the program. Wherever you might be on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. And of course, the page never closes. You can always go there during the week, see the articles that we post, the issues that we talk about, including this past week, there were animal issues in there. Posted an article about forever chemicals, PFAs, being in the packaging of your pet's foods, and how those PFAs are now entering their bloodstreams. And those are forever. Those are the what is known as the quote unquote forever chemicals. They will always be in your system. They never go away because your body can't clear them. Those are in the packaging of some of your pet's foods. Actually, pretty much all of them, some much worse than others. I posted this week about the stellar alignment, the solar system alignment between the planets and the moon. If you didn't see some of those this week, you can still catch some of it. It's getting more difficult. Actually, today it was quite cloudy. You're probably not seeing anything. Earlier in the week, there were alignments of Mars, Jupiter, the moon, and Saturn. Those alignments will be fading fast because everything in the system is moving, right? We're not stationary. Everything in the Terran solar system is moving about each other and around the sun and so on. But when you can see things like that, it's pretty damn cool. Take a couple seconds, look up. We're only one of 8 planets. Right? Only one of 8. And it is very interesting to see how those bodies move, not just through the course of a night, but over the course of a week or several weeks. And to see that everything is in motion. Everything's moving. We're only just one part of it. A very, very small part of it, if you think of it that way. There's also plenty of articles in there, environmental articles. And I've actually been posting a lot of articles lately about the political situation in the UK, because what is happening there is happening here. You have an unstable government. You have a party in power that doesn't know how to operate or doesn't know how to run anything and is constantly tripping over its own feet. You had Prime Minister Liz Truss, who lasted for 44 days. Why did she only last for 44 days? Because she said the quiet part out loud. What is your economic plan, new Prime Minister Truss? I'm going to massively cut taxes on rich people and corporations and raise them on poor people. And I'm not going to help anybody with home heating fuel anymore. And she damn near ruined the UK economy in a day. The government had to give the Bank of England 130 billion pounds because people ran on the banks, just like 1929 and the Republican Great Depression that we had here. We can learn in this country from other countries for good and for bad. The new Prime Minister of the UK, Mr. Sunak, it's a great story. He's the first Indian Pakistani, that area. Frankly, I don't remember exactly which country he comes from. I'm blanking on that at the moment. But he's the first person of that heritage who is a British citizen and born and raised in Great Britain to immigrant parents to become prime minister. It's a wonderful story. But what does he want to do? The same damn thing Mrs. Truss wanted to do, because he's a conservative, the equivalent of the Republicans here. He's the head of the Conservative Party. He wants to do the same damn thing. So he might very well trash the economy as well. He's just being more careful and subtle and slow in his comments. So please check out our group. We post news stories there all week. And they're not always politics, animal related, environment related, economics, videos from other hosts. Great time to check it out. Just when we're not on the air, the Facebook group does not go away. It's always there. You can always check it out, and you can always invite people to become members of it. And I'm going to continue my ask of you to let me know other groups that I can become part of so that we can share this program to more groups if they are appropriate and if they allow it. We don't want to go anywhere that we're not, we don't want to tick anybody off unnecessarily. But if you have other groups that are in your Facebook group list, let me know or ask them if we can share there or whatever, however we work that out. And we will do that. It helps grow the program. So that other side of information on Facebook, if you missed any of the live program tonight, strongly suggest that you go to YouTube, youtube.com/that other side of information. George will do his technical wizardry. After the program is over, it will be at YouTube and you can watch it there. Every recorded show ever, every recorded program ever is on our YouTube. I strongly suggest that you go there. Our entire library is there. All shows in their entirety on the YouTube channel, including the boring pre-shows, are always there as well. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, the TuneIn radio app. You can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. Coming up immediately following our program, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Sergeant Mac, Thomas Bishop, The Villain's View comes on Hot101.net, and our own humble That Other Side of Information. And TCP, the Cultured Professional. Phone line remains open in our final hour, and Fern Laird is our guest. Fern, your campaigning experience has been what? Hopeful, kind, gentle, threats, violent, all of the above? What has your campaigning experience been?
It has been very hectic. We are a very small team. Like I said, when I saw no one was running, I decided to do that. So I did not know I was going to run. And then I won, and then we had the holdup because of the Senate recount, and then the mail-in ballots with the dates, which we're dealing with again. So I think a lot of people didn't realize that I wasn't actually the nominee until the third week of July. I won the election in May, but the third week of July. And because of that, I missed a lot of deadlines to apply for endorsements. And that's where a lot of the donations come from to help you run a campaign. So we've been doing everything on a shoestring budget, which is okay. I was confident that we can do that. Everything I've ever done was on a shoestring budget. And, there were some discouraging times, and then there are, other things that we've run into that we've gotten lucky on. I don't think that this was typical. It was during a redistricting year. It was the first major election after we had a bunch of crazy people try to overthrow our government. And a lot of those people are now running for office and have a good chance of now being part of the government they don't want to exist. That's fun. No, it isn't. So I think the circumstances are nuts. I don't know what it would have been like had I decided that I wanted to be a politician, that it would be something that it was okay. Like if I decided that public service is where I wanted to go, like if I was so truly unhappy with the way that things are, that I will take my life and this is what I want to dedicate it to. I know that there are people out there who have actually done it, and not everybody's in it for the power. It would be a lot different. It would have been planned for, and all of the things that all of the other candidates had that advantage of. I just saw no one else was doing it, and I really think that our democracy is in danger. And as messed up as we are as a country, and even as a commonwealth, because it's just been bad for a long time. We've had the wrong people in charge, stopping any or most progress for a very, very long time.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. I'm pretty sure most people paying attention know the answer to this, but let's say it out loud anyway. Why is it so important to you that this election not be an unopposed election? Why is it so important to you that the incumbent just walk straight in again? I'm not even sure that I asked that question from a standpoint of you have differing policy views, which you clearly do. But why is it important that someone stand for election, that you be involved in the process, and especially not continue to allow these unopposed elections? Why is that so important? Why is it so important to you? Why is it so important generally?
To me, this time around, we have so many bills. I know I don't need to tell you this, but I do keep an eye on that have been introduced into the General Assembly, not just to suppress the vote. And I know that's where everybody wants to look, but I really wish we would focus on a number of bills that have been introduced that they are actually spending a massive amount of time working on with the election subversion. I mean, you look at HB 1800 and there's no quiet part. It says it right in the memo that the outcomes would be in the hands of the legislature. If we want free, fair elections, then we need to oust these people. We need to oust the people that are doing it, and we need to oust the people who are complicit in it. And if that means, and it does mean, making sure the Republican Party is no longer in the majority, then that's what we have to do. And we're not going to flip the seats. We're not going to flip the chamber, any of the chambers, if we just let them have it. Here you go. And I don't like when anybody runs unopposed anyway. I mean, what job can you get that you just say, oh, hey, I'd like this really good high paying job, and then not submit any kind of application and no resume, don't even interview, and then bam, you have the job. None of us. So, why is it important to me? Because this time around, it's our democracy on the line. And then it just became so much more. Why is it important in general? That's a good question.
Well, I completely understand what you just said, and about how you've taken it personally, that I just don't want to see this. But
right,
outside of you, if somebody else, I would have to imagine I'm not the only person to ask you this question. But when somebody sees you on the campaign trail or at a door, knocking on their door, or at a function, farmers market fair, whatever, street fair, whatever it might be, and they say, why are you doing this? And you say, well, because it shouldn't, the incumbent should not be unopposed. But why does that matter? Why should that matter to me, the quote unquote general voter, that these offices not be unopposed? I mean, to me, it's very clear. It's very obvious. I'm sure we're on the same page about this, but I would have to imagine someone has asked you, why is that such a big deal?
You're the first one.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. A lot of people here, they want a choice. And a lot of times we don't have that. In my district, as it is now, like we're running on new maps, it hasn't flipped, so I'm still in the 117. Karen Boback ran unopposed the majority of the time she was in office. And she did so by getting a Democratic nominee as a write-in, so she would get 100% of the vote and call herself bipartisan. So we didn't get a choice. Like, how is that democracy if we're just going to be told this is it? It's like they're being appointed. Yes, they were elected the first time around, but what after that? So, you know, here, at least where I am in my area, that is important to us because we didn't have a choice. You know, where is the democracy there? But if no one's going to run, you can't force them to run. And, you know, if you fail to get on the ballot, there's really not much that, I don't want to say there's not much that we can do. I mean, how many signatures can you give? Just the one, right? So that's this area. And when I say this area, I just mean like my name, like Dallas Township. I don't mean the whole district. I haven't asked the whole district, but it's just something that everybody seems to kind of agree with. Yeah, no, earn it. You know, if you're really that good, if you're going to do what you say you're going to do, then the people will choose you again. If you're not, bye.
It's always been my contention that too many people continue to see Republicans as the party of fiscal responsibility when history, data, and science show us they are anything but. Just the most recent Trump tax cut from 2017.
We're paying for that now.
Although it was at the time, it was about $2.1 trillion in real dollars. By the end of the 10 years, it'll be about $8.3 trillion. And 83% of that, I think it was higher. Senator Sanders tells us it's higher than that. But a minimum, the Congressional Budget Office says at least 83% of that went to the richest 1% and the largest of corporations, $8.3 trillion. But it's always been my contention that no one knows how to stretch a dollar more than a Democratic candidate for office because they don't have any. And that nobody can stretch $5 like a Democratic candidate, especially one that's running against a Republican incumbent. What has been the effect of the role of money in your campaign and in your race?
It's made it a bit of a struggle. So, you know, we were a little behind, well, with everything, because I was behind with deciding to run, but, you know, everybody had all of their signs out and, you know, we couldn't afford them until we could. And then we put them out and then they all got stolen. So it does have an effect. And once we got everything put in place, you know, the organizing was really tough. There's only 3 of us. We've accomplished a lot. Then it was just getting my name out there and how do you do that in such a short amount of time and money or labor. And it's not just me in the area. Canvassers are hard to come by. It's not, there's very, very little people volunteering to knock on doors and we can't afford to pay them. And I'm also one of those people, like I'm not going to advocate for a living wage and then not pay you one. So we already have very little, and then I'm just not willing. I'm not willing to take anyone on for less than the $15 an hour. In fact, I did have 3 girls out with me today who were happy to have that $15 an hour. And I know it was only a couple of hours, but everything helps, right? So yeah, it has had an effect, but I don't know how negative one it was. Like there's little things that help along the way with that. So yes, my signs were out late and people didn't start knowing my name until late, but everybody else's signs were background noise. They had been out for months. So mine was new and shiny and, oh, who is this? So, you know, I got that reaction.
At least as long as they lasted.
As long as they lasted. Well, I mean, a lot of them did stay out. We were eventually able to get more, you know, as my name got out there. A lot of people really just don't like this guy. But a lot of people really do. I mean, I guess that's how it always works, right? So they found out there was somebody running against them. Oh my goodness, they were so happy about it because they didn't know, because I was a write-in candidate. And that's what happens. If you're not on the primary ballot, that really does hurt because nobody sees your name. I am also fortunate to have a very unique name. So it's one that people don't forget. So there's that. They might not remember my last name, but it won't matter. You pop in Fern, Pennsylvania 120, I will show up in your Google search.
Yeah, but
So
every little bit counts.
every little bit counts. So, yes, it's been a struggle, but we find ways around it. We have people, we're also, I don't want to call my comrades, that's not a good word for them right now. But we're smart enough to take the help from the conservatives that we have. They are very honest about, we're going to disagree on policy, but democracy first. And I think it's kind of silly that their help gets rejected because Republicans can't govern their way out of what paper bag, but man, they know how to win elections. So why are we not taking their roadmap? So we've been doing that, just kind of staying on the same message, repeating over and over and over and over again. That's what they do. So that's what we're doing, and it's working.
I would say they do know how to govern. They simply don't want to. Yeah, it's not profitable to govern.
For the people that not for the people who hire them. They're not.
No, that's exactly the point. Yeah, it's not, government is no longer,
It doesn't work for the people.
it doesn't work. It
Yeah.
doesn't work for billionaires anymore.
It just doesn't work for us, and I will be more specific with that in the future.
Right.
Um,
Well, we've said on this program a lot that it is time, and I hate using the phrase because it makes it somehow sound that folks are stupid, and they're not stupid. But we do need to realize as a nation that the billionaire class has come to a decision. And that decision is that democracy is no longer convenient for profit. It is the one thing that can prevent profit. It's the one thing. Regulations are not restrictions, they're protections. But if we call them regulations and make them sound restrictive, people will be against them. The billionaire class has decided that democracy is no longer convenient, especially not if you can buy it. You can either buy it out or restrict it. But generally, it's not convenient. It might affect the bottom line. It might affect the stock price. It might affect the fact that we can use $1 trillion in revenue for stock buybacks, and so on and so on and so on. In fact, most of the Senator Sanders has told us this week that, gosh, of the $2 trillion or something in new wealth that's gone to the top 1% since 2016, they've used over 90% of it for stock buybacks. They haven't reinvested in workers or reinvested in their companies or paid out a higher dividend or built new factories or even put it into research and development. They just bought back stocks.
doesn't work.
Yeah, that's not right. There's actually nothing American about that, which is why you would hope that even folks that you mention that disagree with you from a policy standpoint would see the kind of simple brilliance of the CHIPS Act, that we're going to start making things here again. That's how you get good quality jobs. Let me ask you about the self-identified conservatives that have joined you, or at least have been willing to listen. What can you speak to that? Tell the audience about that. What about the Republicans or self-identified Republicans? I don't think there's a lot of real ones left, but the self-identified Republicans that have come to you and said, we're going to help you.
They care about this country. They care about our democracy. They see that their party is not what it claimed to be. And all of the values that Republicans have been telling us for years that they hold, these people actually hold. And that's why they're coming. They're not going to be Democrats. They're not going to be progressives. They're never going to agree on a lot of policy. And a lot of times we do want the same things. We just want to achieve them in different ways. And I am finding that, but it does also depend on where I'm talking to this person. And what I mean by where, like the areas, what level of wealth the area is in, because we have wealthy areas here and we have really not so wealthy areas here. But for the most part, it's what they care about. They don't want to see an autocracy. They don't believe that there should be one party in control. That's not how it works. They're stepping back and they're seeing that, the fringe that has been riding their bus for a long time was taken over. And they're basically getting ready to rip up the Constitution. And the conservatives that I have been speaking with are not okay with that. So they're helping me for the same reason that I decided to run. And, you know, I know if we achieve this goal, if we do flip one of the chambers, preferably both of the chambers, they're probably going to spend all of their time working to find someone who is a reasonable Republican. I think that their party is dead. I think that they should just break off and form a new one, but that's not up to me. But yeah, why are they helping me? That's why. They want things to go back to normal. They've made it very clear when it goes back to normal. And I don't know what they mean by normal. They can't define it either, because I don't know that there's ever going to go back to the way it was. But the way it was no good. We know this. So it'll be, you know, there'll be opposition again. But right now, they're on the side of democracy. And, you know, they do make it very, very
Well-
clear. I am not voting for you. I'm voting against them. So, you know, they support the cause. They not necessarily support the candidate. And I respect that. I'm not going to try to sell them something that they don't want. I'm not going to lie to anybody. There's no point. There's no need for it, in my opinion. They openly say, no, we don't agree with this and we wish you wouldn't do that. But at least you're not trying to destroy democracy. And it is just that important. It is that big.
So what is normal? When these folks, I listened, I know what you just said, but I want to ask anyway to see if we could dig a little deeper on this. When folks say to you, when things go back to normal, what is normal? Do you think, well, I can't put you in their brain, but what do you think is normal to them? The Eisenhower years, when a Republican actually ran for re-election on the fact that he expanded Social Security, expanded union membership and protected unions and built the interstate highway system? What is normal? Where is normal Reaganism, where you know, we cut the top marginal tax rate to 25% and raised taxes on everybody else and started taxing Social Security and unemployment? And what is normal?
I don't know. And I said that when I was talking, I don't know what their version of normal is. I don't think there's going to be a normal. And I would hope that out of the two scenarios you gave, they choose Eisenhower. You know, Reagan did a number on us, a big one. But I think that there's no going back after this. I mean, we had, and we still have, a lot of people working very, very hard to destroy our democracy. And they believe that they're just, and that is the scary part. They believe in their cause. They believe in what they're doing. They believe that they are saving this country by destroying it. I'm sure they won't phrase it that way, but that makes it scary. That is what makes them dangerous. I think maybe, and this is just speculation because you're right, I can't be in their heads. I think maybe it's just normal is fighting over policy. How much money do we need to pump into education? I mean, that kind of thing. Not normal as in whoever gets power is either going to turn us into an autocracy, or we're going to, you know, at least save it or temporarily save it, which is, you know, another problem that I hope we might run into. I hope we don't. But that's the not normal part of it. And I think that that's the element they're looking to get rid of.
Vern, I'm very sorry. I have to deeply, deeply apologize. We had a new member in the family come in about 2 weeks ago, a dog named Daisy. And she is absolutely freaking out downstairs, which means she obviously desperately needs to get out. I need to walk away, which means you can either keep talking or I need to end the program.
Okay.
Which is rude. George will be here. Tell people how to find you. I literally need to run away from the screen. It's rude and very unprofessional, but she is freaking the heck out down there. I need to go see what's wrong. She's really screaming. In fact, some of you in the background may have heard her. So take all the time you want, talk to everybody that you want. My technical producer and my dear, dear friend George is here. And then I will rush back here as quickly as I can. Very unprofessional. I apologize to the audience. I apologize to Fern, who deserves more respect. Daisy's having a cow down there, so I need to find out what the hell's going on. Fern, it's all yours. Talk about anything you want.
Oh, I don't know if you should have said that. Wow, I'm not host. I don't know what to say. how to find me. I am on Facebook. You can find me there. I'm on Twitter. The handle is at votefern4 PA. That's also my website, votefern4 PA.com. Or you can go to learnaboutfern.com because I thought that was hilarious. So I absolutely did that. There you can find just about all the information you need, where I stand on the issues, what issues I stand on, how to contact me, etc. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be a host, and I really don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to talk about. Jeff is very, very good at doing this on his own. I've seen him do it. Let me see if I can find, are there any questions in here in the Facebook? Some of them have the best.
I will try to find some questions for you. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Let me see here.
Or if you have any
I
questions
like, well,
about the weather.
I like what you had to say about, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I like what you had to say about, the Republicans will, excuse me, that they will try to destroy it, like to save it. And I was like, that seems, it seems right. I mean, it seems right for them. I didn't understand. I mean, I understand why you're going to run, and it kind of reminds me of there's a scene from the 1989 Batman. I think where Vicky Vale says to him, she says, "Well, why do you do this?" And he goes, because nobody else can. And that's kind of like, and if we lose our democracy, we lose it. It's gone. It's it was hard to watch Fetterman, and it was hard to watch Fetterman and Oz and all this other stuff. And I was like, okay, it's hard to watch, but are you going to vote for Oz, or are you going to vote for Fetterman, or So I didn't. It was just a very, I don't know, just like a very difficult time.
Well, that was an emergency bathroom break.
He came back.
Yeah, it was hard to watch. I spent about 10 years working in healthcare. So, from my point of view, he's doing well. Should he be resting? Yes. But is he fighting for the same things we are? Yes. So I understand why he continues to run. I don't know why his campaign let him get up there. Maybe they thought he was going to be, in better shape than he was by the time we're talking about Fetterman. But I did see him. He was at an event here just the other day, and he was a lot better than what he was on stage. And, as for Oz, how much does it say for him that his performance was only slightly better than someone recovering from a stroke?
True.
So, and then
There's been a case made that the national parties, the two major national parties, have known and they know what a battleground PA is. I happen to believe this cycle seems to be more so than others. Do you think that I think Republicans have always made an effort to take Pennsylvania. I'm not sure that the National Democratic Party always has, but they certainly seem to be this cycle. What are your thoughts on, well, I know that your race has not received the help that it needs. Yours is like so many.
I was going to say down ballot it's really tough. We don't have the support. Me being a nobody was like, okay, well, you go have fun with that. Not that they've been not unkind, but they're not going to invest in anybody they don't think can win, and that makes sense. But I also think too, even if you don't like the candidate that's running, because remember they didn't pick me. I just came out of nowhere and was like, this is what I'm going to do. you pick the one that's not going to choose to overthrow the government, and then you spend 2 years finding someone you like to primary them. Like, to me, it's a no-brainer. As far as the National Party, I don't know. You know, we've always been pretty decent about winning blue statewide. And not every year. I mean, I know that we've had Republican governors, but I think that if they invested in Fetterman the last time he ran, he probably would have kicked out Toomey, and then they wouldn't be making such a big deal out of his stroke, because how many sitting senators do we have that suffer them and heart attacks and other medical problems that don't step down? So I guess it's only important if you're running. But they are absolutely investing a lot in here. I wish that they would keep with us, but also invest more in Georgia, because I know that race is neck and neck, and having someone like Herschel Walker in the United States Senate is a very scary thing, because that's just adding to whoever's going to be the Senate Majority Leader if the Republicans take over. And I don't know who that will be. I mean, if it's Mitch McConnell, that's still a scary thing, but I think Mitch McConnell's losing grip on the party. I went way off your question.
No, but it's fine. That's fun because it's all true. I mean,
So we have, and I wish there was more help down ballot. They keep telling us, the state legislatures, and they're looking at it and a little bit more, I think, this year than others. My computer's doing something wonky. Oh, there you are. I have, my name has been added to a few, like the Act Blue fundraisers. They can delegate other people's donations where they can, split it. You've probably seen it. I'm not very good at describing it. Sorry about that. Where they are, maybe you don't know who, you hear about the races and maybe you don't know who to support. Well, here are some of the neck and neck races. Here are some of the ones that could determine, the control of whatever legislature. So people are paying attention. And they are helpful. All of that is very helpful. But then you're also taking whatever the donations are, and you're splitting them between like 100 candidates throughout the country. So, everybody's dumping all of this money into Fetterman and Shapiro, and it doesn't seem like we're working hard enough to make sure we're handing Shapiro a blue legislature. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why you would want to work that way, but it's also been that way for how long? And that's hoping, I hope he takes it. I think that he will, but this is Pennsylvania, so I don't trust the polls, because this is Pennsylvania and I've lived here most of my life. I know better. And Josh took a gamble when he ran, because a lot of those ads riling up the base, they were paid for by his committee. So, he obviously felt that he thought this would be an easy win. And I hope he's right, because he put an awful lot on the line. And I'm not thrilled about that, but I accept it because it is what it is. But I do wish that they would pay a little more attention to the state. And
they're flipping the legislature.
Yeah. And I know that we have a better chance of flipping the House than we do the Senate, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. And we have a lot of people like me standing up where, we're sick of this. It's been like this for far too long. There's a lot of people here who have no faith in our state government because it's always been this way for them. Always. I think the Democrats had control of the Senate only once since I was born, and I'm 38. 2 years.
Yeah,
And-
I think it's, I was going to ask you as a follow-up question. Do most people know that the legislature, they tend to, I think a lot of people tend to blame Democrats for just about everything because the governor is a Democrat and they think that we run everything. And it's not even, nothing could be further from the truth. There are three branches of government in the Commonwealth, just like there are at the federal level. And nothing happens. The governor does nothing, essentially and in fact, governor has reduced executive powers compared to the president. on a national level and compared to other governors around the country, quite frankly. So nothing really happens without the legislature. Do folks understand? Do they know that the legislature has been in the control of Republicans for 36 of the last 40 years? And I think it's 42 out of 50 years. And that the governor has been 50-50 for the last 50 years.
Some people do, some don't. You know, they want to believe in our leaders or who is supposed to be our leaders. And, you know, there's not a lot of time for people by the time they're done working their 40-hour work week, if they're lucky enough to only need one job, and spending time with their kids and, you know, going to soccer games and what have you. There's no time to sit down and like go through how the government's going. And yes, you know, as citizens, we have a responsibility to know what that is and learn what that is. But I can understand why we don't sit down and learn it. You know, when I was in school, we did learn about it. I know that it's not taught anymore. But I mean, I also was lucky enough to have a school that offered like an elective on the civics. And I took that because I'm a nerd. So I wish more people did. And then, but when we talk about it, it gets very boring. Democrats speak in paragraphs and everybody just has time to read headlines. So, I mean, that's a difficult thing too, but I think people are starting to wake up from it. You know, I mentioned earlier that how I fell into politics was my children and their healthcare coverage. And I think it says a lot. I'm on the lymphedema advocacy team. That's the disease my boys have. Milroy's disease is what they have, but that's more commonly known as lymphedema. And maybe we had 10, 15 members when I joined. Now we have close to 80, 78 or 79. And not one of us ever went to it. We never thought it was worth going to the state legislature because we know they don't listen to us. We have people, myself included, we go down to DC. We don't even bother visiting the local offices because we know that we're going to meet with so many. You know, we go down there. If people can't make it, they call up their representative and I want you to meet with my team, and they'll make an appointment and you can meet with them. And we have people who fly in all over the country, and, you know, other, you know, crazy Republican legislatures, the same thing. Wisconsin's a good example. Go out of their way to come to fly to DC to try to flip this on a federal level, which is a lot more difficult, or should be a lot more difficult. And then I don't fly down because I'm close, but don't bother with our state legislature because it doesn't make a difference, because they're just so comfortable with the control that they have. And it's so easy to say, it's the Democrats, look at that. I was in a forum hosted by the League of Women's Voters with my opponent just a week ago, and that's what his thing was. I'm bipartisan and I work with everybody. Governor Wolf, Governor Wolf, Governor Wolf. I wish more people did pay attention to it and learn how it works. I'm not going to check.
What have you, you know, we talked a lot about women's rights and the importance of voting, democracy, and so on. What are the other big issues that you are talking about as you're out there? Is it education, environment, the $11 billion that the legislature is sitting on for goodness knows what, and all of that? What else are you talking about when you're out there?
Right. So yeah, we all know I decided to run was, you know, to hopefully help save our democracy. But I do understand that if I win, the job still has to be done, right? So knowing the ins and outs of it is a positive. It's why I felt comfortable stepping up. My life experience is kind of what puts me there. So aside from healthcare, where, you know, we do need more access, I would like more preventative care. If we can prevent people from getting sick, we wouldn't spend so much money on it. We do have it's pretty bad in this area. We have long wait times to see, and a lot of our options aren't options. Like if you look us up, we have a lot of walk-in clinics. They turn us away most of the time. My son, just last week, he struck 102 fever and I couldn't break it. And I went to go bring him to an urgent care. It's the suggestion of his doctor. And we were turned away from 2 of them, and then they were all closed. We had to go to the emergency room, and there was not even an open seat in the waiting room. And then I found out that all of the hospitals were diverting everybody to the hospital we were at. So there was literally only one option. And there had been people there that were there for 12 and 13 hours that had not been seen yet. Because we are so short-staffed here, because we don't treat our healthcare workers well. And I can say that with conviction because I was a healthcare worker and I know personally what that's like. You know, it's how sad is it when they go out of their way to thank you for not yelling at them. Like that just
Says everything.
and it was really, really bad. There was a lot of people causing a scene. Like it was bad when I worked in healthcare. I left in 2019, about 6 months before COVID, because my timing is impeccable. It was because my back couldn't handle it anymore, but I digress. And it was bad then. You know, people always taking their things out on the nurses and not realizing how short-staffed they are, not realizing that, you know, the person that you're screaming at probably has nothing to do with what's wrong. And they're doing the job of 2 or 3 people because they can't hang on to aides and et cetera, et cetera. It was twice as bad, maybe 3 times as bad when I was there the other night. It was, I can't even think of a word. Horrendous is a good word, but it doesn't do it justice. It was just really horrible. And now it's so bad that there's actually security checks before you can even walk in. We had to go, and I had never seen that before, but I tend to stay away from the emergency room, or at least, you know, I like to. So that's a big thing. We don't have enough doctors. We need to find incentive. We're losing them, but well, we're a nation that treats and cures, not prevents, and prevention is not profitable, and that's a problem. I know
Well, I
that
would make the argument we don't cure either, but because
But-
treatment is profitable, cure is not profitable, and prevention is not profitable. We treat symptoms. That's profitable. That's why there's the advertising that you can see on any of the news channels is dominated by about 3 plaque psoriasis medicines.
you're right. So I will concede that. I'll take that back. We are a nation that treats, but in any regard, we don't prevent. And
No, absolutely, we don't.
with the care that I've been trying to get for my sons, it would save money in so many places. You know, not just on the hospital stays that we frequently see, but, you know, it would prevent people from becoming disabled, because it will get you disabled if you leave it untreated for long enough.
And-
People just can't afford to treat it. So we could keep them working, and we can pay, you know, active members in society and tax-paying citizens, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, but it's hard to sell that because people don't want to look at that. But that's not the only thing. One of my sons is autistic, and I encountered such a huge fight when it came to getting him the special education supports that he needed. I bought my house here specifically for the school district. I did not want to go to a bad one. Really, they should be uniform, right, across Pennsylvania. Our children should have, you know, the same opportunity to have a quality education. We should not be funding it in a disastrous way that we do right now. As you are already aware, because I've discussed this with you in Facebook comments, you know, we have several school districts. I believe there's 5 of them. One of them is Wilkes-Barre area suing the legislature because the way that they're funded is unconstitutional. It has been heard by our Supreme Court. I don't believe a decision's been handed down yet. So I haven't, and a lot of people don't like this. What do you plan to do about it? I don't really have a plan for it because I don't know what's going to be considered legal or not, but I would like to see equitable funding, and I would like to see us to stop wasting it. There are things that we could do to save money right now, like special education funding. The way that it is funded for public charter and cyber schools is different than the way it is from our brick and mortar schools. They get the same amount for every child. So a child that needs 100% nursing care 100% of the time is receiving the amount, and then another child, if they need like a half-hour speech therapy a week, same amount. So they're profiting off these kids. When you look at
If they take them at all, usually they reject them.
they take a lot of low-need special education children. So they're getting this massive amount of money, and it's going not towards special education. They don't need to return it. they don't need to put it towards special education. So it's going to things like salaries, contracts with for-profit companies, and areas where it shouldn't go. And what it was estimated, maybe 175 million a year we would save. We would stop draining it out, and we could allocate those funds somewhere else. And I know that's not a lot of money when you stretch it across 400 plus school districts, but it's a start. That can't be the only area where we are wasting funds. So, we haven't been funding the property for a long time, and we are going to need to invest, but I think that some oversight would help kind of edge the cost off there, where people like me don't need to ask, well, why was there money for new schools? We just built 2 new schools, and now we're spending $18 million on a football field, and I had to fight you for 3 years to get a paraprofessional. And unfortunately, my problem is a very common one.
All too common, actually.
Very, very common, and not just in Pennsylvania. The school spent more money fighting me than they would have if they just gave my son what he needed in kindergarten. But
Because they couldn't set the precedent. That's what it was. If they quote unquote gave in to you, they'd be giving in to everybody else, and then that would get expensive.
false, because it's considered care. So they charge a lot of it to Medicare. You sign off on it, so it's HIPAA. So parents don't know what other services they're getting. Unless the parents talk to each other. But special needs kids, when they are put in other schools, they don't have things like school dances, and they can participate in the school sports because they're still in the district, but they have to go to the district. So no, but they found ways to make sure that we're not talking to each other, because they don't want parents discussing what the other one is getting. So, yeah, they don't want to set a precedent. They don't want us to find out, but they have found a way around it. And that is something that we run into as well. It's cheaper to fight us. They count on parents not knowing their rights. You go in and they give you a stack of papers this thick, and if you have any questions, call us. And they're all friendly, and they make it sound like they're helping you. And we'll just leave this kind of vague. That way we won't have to come in for another meeting to change the IEP. And wow, that was a mistake, rookie mistake. I was new. But they put him in the wrong placement, and I knew it was the wrong placement. He needed autistic support, and the school could not provide that. They didn't have it for his grade. And I had toured a school that was going to have autistic support. There was 2 special needs schools that were merging, and the program was a really good one. So I signed off on it, and then their deal fell through, and there was no autistic support. But I already signed the dotted line, and they wouldn't let me get out of it. So now my son was in a behavioral school, and autistic children mimic. So he picked up a lot of bad behaviors, and it took me 3 years to get him out of there. And he just got worse in the meantime. So now he has to go to a school designed for autistic children, because it is the only thing in the area that could support him. And I'd say the school district pays for that, but really it's the taxpayers in the school district that pay for that. So now all of my neighbors are paying for my son to go to private school. He never would have needed to. All they needed to do was get him a one-on-one in kindergarten. That was what he needed. And if they did that, he would be, I'm assuming he would be, I guess there's really no way I could tell where his peers would need to be, but they did a lot of damage, and it's going to take a lot of time to undo it. So when you're fighting the district, it's your child who suffers. And that's, a lot of people had asked me why I didn't sue them, because there was definitely some things that I could have. And I'm like, because it holds everything up, and it punishes your child in the meantime. And the only person who ever benefits when someone sues a school district is the lawyer for the school, because the school ends up settling in their
They make up. Yeah, they always do well.
So it is just a really negative thing that a lot of special needs parents go through. And they're mandated to provide these services, but they find ways around them. They find ways to talk parents into saying, well, this service is just as good, or this is all that we have to offer. They knew when my son had to go to that other school that there was no autistic support, and they knew that that's what he needed. But they had set up the IEP, and me being naive so vaguely, so we can just change it without having a meeting. No, this fits all his needs. And it happens to a lot of us.
We only have about a few minutes left with you, and then I need to wrap up the program and be done by 9. Please tell folks how, even at this late hour, so to speak, tomorrow's Monday, so we have not even, we're less than 48 hours away from when the polls close in Pennsylvania. But please tell folks how they can find you, follow you, just all that happy stuff. I mean, where the social media, if it is, websites, emails, things like that, how they can follow you and keep an eye on, our remaining, less than our 47 hours, I would say now.
Oh, yeah. I did that while Daisy was going to the bathroom.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yes. So you
Okay.
go to my website, votefern, the number 4pa.com. Or like I said, because I'm a hilarious individual, you can go to learnaboutfern.com. It'll take you to the same place. Yeah,
I love that. How did I not know that? I love that.
that's the thing you know now. Best $6 I ever spent. That was my splurge for the election campaign. I'm on Facebook. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Oh, I'm on TikTok now. I don't know how to work it.
Why?
It's taking the videos and uploading them, but it's there. Vote Fern, the number 4PA. You can find it there. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, I really went off topic there for a while, but what else? Education is something that I'd like to see reformed. The healthcare is something that we need better access to. I think that we need to legalize marijuana and use that for tax reform, so we stop, gouging everybody in property taxes for our schools, which,
As well as save family farms, by the way, and the land that they farm. Growing cannabis is extremely healthy for the soil.
oh yeah, I'm really, really against big agra. Factory farming is also really bad for the environment. I want it gone just as bad as I want fracking gone. So, those are the things that I will fight for should I be elected. So
One of the education components that I'm sure I'm not informing you of anything that you don't know, that inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I do not think that we're the only state that does this, by the way. I cannot name the others, but I would be shocked if we were the only state that did it, being the northernmost Confederate state that we are. We spend more money on for-profit private prisons than we do on education.
yeah.
Because goodness knows, if it's not profitable, you just can't do it.
Like that's another thing that needs reforming. Our prison system's a nightmare. They capture and store way too many people who don't belong in prisons.
But it's profitable because
Yeah.
we've made it profitable. The farming, we have factory farming here, but we have factory farming of people
That's
because it's profitable, not because it's rehabilitative or because or they're even in a humane way serving a debt to society. It's just profitable. It's just flat profitable.
Yeah, I mean, they find ways to keep you. My brother, I need to talk to him because it was so long ago. I can't remember. Isn't that terrible? I'm his sister. I can't remember what he originally went to jail for. It was something stupid. But then they let him out, and you can be on probation for 2 years, and then they call your number and you go miss your drug test, back in jail. So now you're paying for probation for however long, and then they throw you back in jail. And like my brother could have maxed out so many years before, and they string you along. They're like, oh, you can go out and you can see your family, and they're like, oh yes, I'm going to do it this time. And it was always over something stupid. Usually it was pot, which to me, that's no big deal. It's more profitable, I think, to keep them in prison. We recently had NEPA Stands Up is a progressive group that's in our area, and not here in Luzerne County, but in Lackawanna County, where I'm from. I'm from Scranton. You can tell by the way I don't pronounce my T's. You can tell by the way I drive too, but you guys can't look at that. They had an initiative to get rid of solitary confinement because that does a lot of damage, and there's too many people getting thrown in the hole again for stupid things. And they got all of the signatures they needed, and I don't remember how many it was, like 13,000, 15,000 or something. And when they submitted it, it was supposed to be a ballot initiative, and the county rejected it. Now they're suing the county, but like that is how much control they want to keep over our prison systems. And there's nothing about reforming. I never hear anything about reform. They always talk about it, so I shouldn't say I never hear anything. I never hear anything, no plans in place for it. So if they really cared about the people here, we wouldn't just be capturing them to store them. We would be working to, rehabilitate if needed. And we would be working to, deregulate some of this stuff. They're so ridiculous. And, I'm not saying we should get rid of the prison systems. There are obviously very dangerous people and there are very horrific crimes and that they do belong, but I'm not really worried about the dude watching TV, smoking a bong on his couch.
Fern Laird is the Democratic nominee for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 120th District. Thank you for for being here again, I should say. Thank you for that. We will be rooting for you. And if I am so bold as to speak on behalf of all of the guests that have popped in tonight, for goodness sake, folks, go
vote.
and
If you haven't already, go vote. Thank you again for having me. I really appreciate the time to let me ramble and go off topic.
no worries.
Lets me do that.
That's what we're here for.
Oh,
Because I do it all the damn time. So, and George will tell you I do it all the freaking time. So it's just
your show. I know that you do.
well, thank you. And please, in these remaining 2 days, stay safe. We'll be rooting for you. And you know where to visit us. The door's open to you.
Thank you so very, very much. And thanks everybody for listening to me ramble. I hope people stuck around and leave your program for it. Have a good night. Vote, vote, vote.
Thank you, Fern. George, thank you, sir, for filling in the gap there. I'm going to show all of you a picture. If I can get it. Okay, so I would like to let you know something a little bit personal in our 5 minutes that we have remaining. And remember, Sergeant Matt comes up right after us here on this group and on Hot 101. We've had a new addition to the family in the last couple of weeks. I do not believe that she was here the last time I did a program with you. I don't think so. Even though she's been here over 2 weeks, but I don't think she was here the last time I did a live show with you. So this is not artful. This is Daisy. Daisy is a approximately 9-month-old mix between a foxhound and a beagle. What does that mean? It means she is all British and all hunter. She has the body of a foxhound with the head of a beagle. So her head's actually a tiny bit small for her body. She is full of energy. She loves every single individual that she comes across. She loves pretty much every dog she comes across. And she is hunting every squirrel and bird that she comes across. So what happened during the program, the reason I had a bolt, and it's never happened to me before, is that Kristen came home, walked in, dumped some stuff out of the car and ran back outside, and Daisy went bonkers. So I had to run downstairs. So that's that. I just wanted to let you know about that. It looks like George had to leave. I didn't even get a chance to talk to George. But we are done. I mean, we got 3 minutes left in the program. Sergeant Mack is at 9. I want to thank Jackie Baker, Amanda Waldman, Fern Laird for coming on the program. I want to thank all of the new folks, the names that I've not recognized before. It doesn't mean you haven't listened before. I don't recognize your names in the listening audience, including, well, Marcy just came in. I see Marcy every week. Good folks like our friend Robert Smith was here today, and I'm appreciative of that. Dylan Roberts, I don't recognize your name, Dylan. I don't know if you're new to the program, but welcome. Laura Wentz returned. There were so many new names. I'm trying to find some of them before we run out. My chat won't go back far enough. Okay, but there was a lot of new names in the program today, and I'm very, very grateful for that. We don't grow without you. So thank you. Again, I want to ask the audience, I want to ask all the members of that other side of information to send groups. Send me the names of groups or send our program to other groups. Try to facilitate me, all of these groups joining up. We've lost a couple of pages because the way they've been reformatted by Facebook, and I can't share there anymore. And it's a lot of folks. But we're still reaching about 250,000 people worldwide, and that's a big deal. We got about a minute left. Coming up next week is a roundtable breakdown of Election Day nationwide. We are expecting guests from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Missouri, and Oregon. A nationwide look back at the election with a roundtable next week. Sergeant Mack expected to be on that roundtable. And we will be back with you live at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 13th. 6 and 7 is 13. We will be back next week. So for everyone at hot101.net, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, DJ Waterball, everybody at hot101.net, for everyone at TCP, Marquise, Whitney, Taekwon, Andrew, for my dear friend George Dare back with us this time, and April Riddick and Kristen, and now Daisy. We will see you next week. Sergeant Mack is next. Take care of yourselves and each other. Good night.